Welcome to the Ultimate Linux Administration course where you will learn Linux completely from scratch. This course is designed for everyone, whether you are a complete beginner with no prior Linux knowledge or someone who already has a foundational understanding of Linux. Regardless of your experience level, you will gain significant value from this course because it covers everything from basic Linux commands to advanced commands along with comprehensive Ubuntu Server 2026 administration. Linux is mandatory for anyone looking to succeed in IT, whether you are into cybersecurity, DevOps, programming, network engineering, or system administration. Linux is simply a foundational requirement across the entire tech industry. By the end of this course, you will be able to confidently work with Linux in both personal and professional environments. Now, let me quickly walk you through the course curriculum and what you will learn. This course is divided into 3 phases. In phase 1, we will cover the essential Linux commands needed to get started. You will learn how to create, copy, move, rename, and delete files and directories along with core concepts such as piping, redirection, text processing, filtering, file searching, etc. In phase 2, we will dive into core Linux system administration and advanced commands such as Sudo, user and group management, package management services, file permissions, system monitoring, process management, networking fundamentals, and advanced commands such as sed, find, grep, along with regular expressions for advanced text processing and automation. In phase 3, we will focus on Ubuntu server administration. You will learn how to install, configure, and manage it remotely through SSH, deploy and manage an Apache web server, configure networking, and secure your server using firewalls and other essential security practices. Now, let's not waste any time. Before we dive into practical Linux commands, we need to learn a few essential terms that are necessary, such as what is Linux, what do open source and closed source mean, why Linux is so important. Let's start with Linux. Just like Windows and Mac OS, Linux is an operating system that can be installed on a computer. Its job is to manage your computer's hardware, run your software, handle security, and control everything else happening on the system. However, there is a massive difference between Linux and traditional operating systems like Windows and Mac OS. Linux is completely free and open source. When we say free, it means exactly that. Anyone can download, install, and use Linux for free without paying anything. And open source means that the actual source code, the code used to build the Linux operating system, is publicly available to the world. Anyone can view it, download it, modify it, or even contribute to the development of Linux. If a software is open source, it means anyone can download it, use it, study its source code, customize it to their needs, and even redistribute or sell modified versions of it. That's the power of the open source software. Remember, an operating system is also a type of software and Linux is one of them. So to summarize, Linux is a free and open source operating system that anyone can use, modify, and distribute without cost. Now let's talk about closed source. Closed source software is the opposite of the open source software. It means the source code used to build the software is not publicly available. You can't freely view, modify, or redistribute it because it is a proprietary software. Unlike Linux, major operating systems such as Windows and Mac OS are closed source. Their source code is proprietary and controlled by the companies that develop them. To use these operating systems legally, you need to purchase a license. Linux, as we discussed earlier, is an open source operating system. However, the term Linux technically refers to the Linux kernel. The kernel is the core and most important component of an operating system. An operating system is made up of many different components, but the kernel is the foundation that allows the entire system to function. The Linux kernel itself is completely free and open source. For now, this is just a basic overview, so do not worry too much about the deeper technical concepts yet. Later in the course, we will explore topics like kernel, the shell, and overall architecture of an operating system in much greater detail. For now, my goal is to give you just enough theory to start working with Linux practically and confidently. First, we need to start the terminal. So press Ctrl plus Alt plus T together and it will open terminal in most Linux distributions. When you open the terminal, we are presented with these two names separated by a symbol, right? Now, this symbol is just a separator. It can be anything. It just separates these two names. Now, the name on your left side is the user name which is currently logged in. So type whoami command, press enter. Whoami command displays the currently logged in user. So the currently logged in user is Dimalu, which means the user account Dimalu is currently operating or using the system. Now name on your right side is the host name. Host name simply means your computer's name. So type host name command, press enter. As you can see, it prints the host name. Now we also have this $sign, right? It also has a meaning. On Linux, there are two types of user accounts, regular or normal user accounts and the root user. The $sign denotes or represents the regular user accounts. So since I have the $sign here, it means the currently logged in user Dimalu is a regular user account. And other type of user account is root. And the root user is denoted by the hash or pound sign like this. Okay, we will get back to user types later in a dedicated section. For now, you don't have to worry about it at all. Now, next command that we are gonna learn is clear. Clear is a very self-explanatory command. It clears the terminal. Press enter, as you can see. Now type pwd. Pwd stands for present working directory. Press enter. It displays your present working directory or where you are in your file system. So my present working directory is Dimalu, which is the home directory as well. By default, when a user account logs in, it is redirected to its home directory. So this is the home directory for my user account Dimalu. Now type date, press enter. The date command displays the current date and time. So I'm recording this video on 11th August 2025. And the next command that we have is history. Now the history command displays all the commands that you have executed in the current session. Press enter. As you can see, guys, these are the commands that I have executed in current terminal session. ls is an essential Linux command. This is probably the most used Linux command. ls stands for list or listing. As the name suggests, it is used to list or display files and directories. You can view or check the contents of a specific directory or multiple directories with ls command. So type ls. Simple ls command displays all the files and directories in your current working directory. So press enter. As you can see, these are the files and directories in my current working directory. My current working directory is home, right? Now, if you notice closely, we have names with two colors, blue and white. The blue color represents directories and the white color represents files. White color represents all file types, whether it is text files, PDF files, MP4 files. All file types are represented by the white color. Now, the default ls command does not display or list the hidden contents. So if you want to list everything including the hidden files, then type ls -a. The -a parameter or flag lists all the files including the hidden ones. Press enter. Now, how do you identify hidden files and directories? Well, the hidden files and directories start with a dot. As you can see, these are all hidden files, and hidden directories also start with a dot. As you can see, dot .config, this is a hidden directory. Dot .cache, this is also a hidden directory. The default ls command, as we have already seen, displays contents of your current working directory. Now I want to list contents of a specific directory. Let's say I want to check what is inside my desktop directory. So type ls and specify the exact directory name. This time I'm telling the ls command only list contents of this specified directory. Press enter. Okay, looks like the desktop directory is empty. Let's list contents of another directory which has some contents in it. So documents. Press enter. As you can see, in the documents directory I have all these files. Okay, similarly we can list contents of as many directories as you like. Just ls desktop documents. When listing contents of multiple directories, just separate them with a space like this. So this time ls command is gonna list contents of these two directories. Press enter, and the desktop directory is empty. As you can see, in the documents directory we have all these files. Let's list contents of another directory. Let's say etc. So this time I'm telling ls command list contents of all these three specified directories. Press enter. Now the default ls command, as you can see, only displays names, file and directory names, but sometimes we want more details about a file, such as its size, its last modification date, etc. So type ls -l displays files in long format. So press enter. As you can see, now we have a detailed information for each file and directory. So let's start from the first column from the right. First column displays the file or directory name, then we have this date and time. This is called the last modified time. So when you edit or modify a file, this date and time get updated automatically. And in the context of a directory, when you add new content to a directory, or when you remove something from a directory, or when you modify a file within a directory, then this date and time automatically get updated. And then we have the next column. It displays the file or directory size in bytes. The size of this 23.txt file is this many bytes. And then we have remaining columns or fields. They are not important for now. They will be covered in a dedicated section, in the permissions section, to be specific. So you don't have to worry about all these columns. For now, these are the relevant columns for you. Now, one thing that is missing here is the file size, right? By default, ls command displays file size in bytes. So let's list size in a human readable format. -lh. H stands for human readable. It displays size in human readable format like kilobytes, megabytes, gigabytes, etc. Press enter. As you can see, guys, now we have size in human readable format like kilobytes, megabytes, etc. Now if you notice, guys, by default the ls command sorts files in ascending order from A Z, right? So if you want to sort files in descending order or reverse order from Z to A, then type ls r. R stands for reverse, press enter. As you can see, now the files have been sorted in the reverse order from Z to A. As you can see, V A, right? CD stands for change directory. It is a simple command, as the name suggests. It allows us to navigate through our file system efficiently. So if you want to change from one directory to another, you can use the cd command. Now let's dive into the practicals. Let me type pwd. My current working directory is demalu, right? Now I want to change my directory from my current working directory to something else. Let's say I want to change my directory to the desktop. So type cd. Cd stands for change directory space. Now specify the exact directory name where you want to switch to or change. I want to change to desktop. So cd command is gonna change my directory to desktop. Press enter. Now type pwd. As you can see, guys, my current working directory is now desktop. So this is as simple as that. Syntax is pretty simple. Now type cd space two dots. If you want to go one directory back in your file system, then type cd space and two dots. It takes you one directory back in your file system. Press enter. pwd. As you can see, now I am back in my home directory. My previous working directory was desktop. After executing this command, I was taken one directory back, which is my home directory. Similarly, if you want to go multiple directories back, then type cd two dots / two dots. Now this cd command will take me two directories back. Press enter. pwd. Now my current working directory is home. Now if you type the simple cd command without providing any directory name, then the default cd command takes you to your home directory. Press enter. As you can see, pwd, now my directory has been changed from home to my users or user demalu's home directory. The simple cd command takes you to your home directory from anywhere in your file system. Let me demonstrate it with another example. I'm changing my directory to desktop. Now type cd, simple cd command, press enter. As you can see, guys, it has taken me to my home directory. Now I am in my home directory. Sometimes we accidentally change directories. For example, my current working directory is desktop. Now let's say I want to go back to my previous working directory. So type cd space hyphen. Now it will take me to my previous working directory. My previous working directory was home. So if I press enter, pwd, as you can see, I am back in my home directory. Again, if I type cd space and hyphen, this command will take me to my previous working directory. Now my previous working directory was desktop, right? If I press enter, pwd, as you can see, guys, I am back in my previous working directory, desktop. So that's pretty much it for the cd command, guys. And before I wrap up this video, let me expand on navigating multiple directories back. cd, like I was saying, if you want to go multiple directories back, then we have to write two dots / two dots. Now it takes you two directories back, and if you want to go three directories back, then / again two dots. It will take you three directories back, / two dots. It takes you four directories back in your file system. Press enter. pwd, as you can see, I am in my root directory, which is which is the starting point. Everything starts from here. It is pretty much like the C drive on Windows. Now type cd command, press enter. The cd command is gonna take me to my home directory pwd, as you can see. And there is one thing that I almost forgot, ls. Now let's say if you have a directory name that contains multiple words, as you can see, backup files. Now switching to such directories can be a little tricky for beginners. So type cd. When you have a directory with multiple words like this, then write the directory name within quotes like this: cd backup files, like this. Press enter. pwd, as you can see, my directory has been changed to the backup files. The reason why we have to surround a directory name with multiple words within quotes is because if you do not put it within quotes, then cd command is going to assume that these two are separate directories, so it gets confused where to switch to. But when you put it within quotes, then it treats it as a single directory. So understanding file system is essential for mastering both Linux and Windows. So watch this entire video attentively. A file system is one of the most important parts of an operating system. The file system essentially manages all aspects of files, including how they are stored and accessed on a computer's hard drive by the operating system. Each operating system stores, organizes, and accesses files in a specific way. For example, Windows and Linux each have their own file system, while Mac OS uses a file system similar to Linux. So a file system provides a structure for naming, organizing, storing, and retrieving or accessing files. It keeps track of where each file is stored and allows users and programs to access and modify files as needed. Most of you are already familiar with Windows, right? Now let's explore the directory structure of Windows and how it stores and organizes files. You might be thinking why we are explaining the Windows file system when this section focuses on Linux. Well, I am actually using it to demonstrate the concept of file systems in general. Since most of us are already familiar with Windows, this will make it easier for you to understand the Linux file system. It essentially sets the context or foundation for understanding the Linux file system, which we will cover in the next video. Now let's dive into the practicals to see how Windows stores and organizes its files. Windows operating system is typically installed on C drive. So go inside C drive and you might not see some of the folders that I have here. However, on every Windows systems, these are the common folders: Windows, Users, Program, Files x86 and Program Files. Now each folder here has a specific role. Windows stores and organizes all its files into all these different folders. For example, the Windows folders. In Windows folder, Windows stores all the files and programs that it needs to function, such as the files that it needs to boot and keep system functioning. Everything related to system is stored in the Windows directory. Then we have a folder called Program Files. In Program Files, Windows specifically installs the 64-bit applications, and in folder Program Files x86, here it installs 32-bit applications. Then we have Users directory. In Users directory, Windows stores files for each user account on your system. So guys, that's how Windows basically organizes and stores its files. Similarly, Linux also has a specific directory structure. Linux also stores and organizes its files into different directories. In the next video, we will explore the Linux file system. Understanding the directory structure is essential to master Linux. As we saw in the previous video, Windows typically stores all files on its C drive. In C drive, there is a specific directory structure where files are organized into separate directories for better organization. However, Linux does not use drive letters like Windows does, such as C, D, E, etc. Instead, it uses a single directory called the root directory. The root directory is denoted by the /. Again, I am repeating, / is a directory in Linux. It is called the root directory. It is equivalent to the C drive in Windows. Inside root directory, Linux stores all its system files and configurations. Everything related to the system is stored in the root directory. Linux follows a hierarchical directory structure. There is a root directory which is the starting point of the entire Linux file system. It is at the top, and all other directories, files and devices are stored and organized under this directory. Now let me show you this practically. Open your terminal and I'm gonna demonstrate what I just explained practically. My current working directory is home, as you can see. Now I'm gonna change my directory from home to the root. So type cd space type /. The root directory is denoted or represented by the /. / is an actual directory. So press enter. Now let me pwd. As you can see, my current working directory has been changed to the root. I am inside my root directory. Let's check its contents. Type ls, and these are the files and subdirectories inside the root directory. Just like the Windows C drive, root directory also stores all the system files, configuration files and user files. All those files are stored and organized in all these different subdirectories for better organization. We will go through some of the important subdirectories inside the root directory in upcoming videos. So guys, that's pretty much it for this video, and before I wind up this video, let me show you how the file system or root directory looks like graphically. So click on the home icon in the desktop, and at the bottom you will see file system. Click on the file system. Now click on anywhere in the blank space. Now press Alt plus D. As you can see guys, at the top, this is the root directory and this is the contents of root directory. In this video, we will look at the two subdirectories within the root directory, bin and sbin. So let me change my directory to root ls. Here, as you can see, we have the bin directory. Let me change my directory to bin. Press enter. Now in the bin directory, Linux basically stores all the essential commands that a user needs to perform basic operations on the system, such as copying, removing and renaming files and navigating file system, among other tasks. Remember that the commands you execute on the Linux are essentially programs themselves. Commands like ls and cd that we have been executing are essentially just programs or tools. All these commands are stored in the bin directory. Let me show you a few examples. I'm going to check whether the ls command is stored or present inside the bin directory or not. So just execute ls. Now you will find the ls command somewhere here in this list. There are literally hundreds of commands. What I'm gonna do is narrow down this a little. Now this particular command is going to display only those commands or programs that start with ls. Press enter. Here it is. As you can see, ls command is right in the bin directory. Similarly, we have another common command, which is cp. Cp command is used for copying files. Here it is. And we have rm command is for removing files. Press enter. Here it is. Right. So guys, similarly, all the common commands that a user needs to carry out daily tasks are stored in the bin directory. Now let's move on to the sbin directory. Let me change my directory to root ls. Here, as you can see guys, we have the sbin directory. Let me switch my directory to sbin cd sbin. Press enter. Now sbin is similar to the bin directory. The only difference between bin and sbin is that sbin stores administrative programs. Administrative programs or commands are used for performing administrative tasks and can only be accessed or used by system administrators. sbin stands for system binaries. Now let me show you a few examples. There are many administrative tools. One of them is UserAdd. The UserAdd command or tool is used for creating users. So type ls UserAdd, press enter. Sorry, UserAdd it is. As you can see guys, the UserAdd command or program is in the sbin directory. Similarly, there are hundreds of such administrative tools present in sbin directory that can only be accessed by system administrators. etc stands for editable text configuration. Now in etc directory, the configuration files for commands or programs are stored. A configuration file basically stores settings and preferences for a program or system. Let's say a command or program allows you to change settings. These settings are typically stored in a configuration file, so the program can remember the changes. Most configuration files are located in the etc directory. For example, we have a text editor called Nano. Nano is basically a terminal-based text editor. Let me press enter. Don't worry about Nano. We will get back to Nano in a dedicated section. For now, I just want to explain the concept of configuration files. Now, by default, as you can see, Nano does not display the line numbers, right? And since Nano is a terminal-based tool, it does not have buttons where we can click to change configurations and settings. To enable line numbers, we have to modify its configuration file. Then Nano will read the configurations from there or its configuration file. Now the configuration file for Nano, not only Nano, for most commands are stored in the etc directory. Let me open a new tab. cd. Let me change my directory to root ls. Here we have the etc directory. As you can see, let me change my directory to etc. Let me ls. Here we have hundreds of configuration files, and configuration file for Nano is somewhere here in this etc subdirectory. So what I'm gonna do is open the Nano's configuration file, Nano RC. The configuration file name for Nano is Nano RC. Press enter. Provide your password. Let me search set line. Now guys, this is the configuration file for Nano. Now here I'm gonna enable line number. Let me remove the pound sign, save it. Now let me open a new tab. Nano, as you can see guys, now the line numbers have been enabled, right? So what I basically did, I made changes to the configuration file of Nano. Then Nano read its configurations from its configuration file, and in the configuration file we have enabled the line number. So that's how basically guys the configurations work. All the configuration files are stored in the etc directory, which is part of the Linux file system. Similarly, configuration files for other programs are stored in the etc directory. Let me execute ls. As you can see guys, here we have hundreds, probably thousands of configuration files. We have files with .conf extension. conf stands for configuration. These configuration files store configurations for their programs. This is a very important directory. We will interact with it frequently. Now, the home directory stores files for each user on the system. Linux is a multi-user system. It means multiple users can have their own user accounts. Each account has its own home directory to store personal files and data. This keeps users' data separate and private from other users on the system. Now let's dive into the practicals. Let me change my directory to root ls. Here, as you can see, I have the home directory, and let me change my directory to home. Press enter. Let me execute ls. As you can see, in the home directory, I have this directory called Dimalu. This is basically the home directory for the user account Dimalu. You will also see a directory with your username in your home directory. Now, each user on a Linux has its own home directory where their files are stored. Now, if I add another user account, then home directory for that user account will be created within the home directory, and files of that user will be stored in that particular directory. Let me actually show you that quickly. Sudo, I'm gonna create a user, and username is going to be, let's say, demo. Press enter. Now let me ls. As you can see guys, now we have two directories within the home directory. This is the demo directory. I created the user called demo, and user add command created a home directory for the user demo under the same name as the username. Now the files of this demo user will be saved or stored in this demo directory. So whenever you add a new user account, a home directory for that user account also gets added where its files are stored. This basically ensures that each user has its own private space to store files and configurations without interfering with other users. This way, Linux keeps files for each user separate. Now, let me check contents of the Dimalu directory. ls Dimalu, press enter. As you can see guys, inside Dimalu directory, which is the home directory for the user account Dimalu, I have all these files and directories. Now let's say that I want to change my directory from my current working directory, which is home, to the desktop. So type cd. Now I'm gonna specify the absolute path or full path. Cd. Now type root directory. Inside root directory there is home directory, and inside home directory we have a directory called Dimalu, which is the home directory for the user account Dimalu, and inside Dimalu we have the desktop directory. Press enter. pwd. As you can see guys, my current working directory has been changed to the desktop. All I did is I provided the absolute or complete path to my home directory. This way basically you can navigate in your file system efficiently. Now I'm going to change my directory to my previous working directory, which is home. Now let me try to check contents of this demo directory. ls demo. Press enter. As you can see guys, permission denied. This is because in the demo directory it stores the files for this particular user demo. By default, I don't have permission to access or view contents of the home directory of this demo user. That's how basically Linux maintains security and privacy of user accounts. Only authorized users can access their files. If I want to access files or data of demo directory, then I have to log in as this demo user. In this video, we will learn how to create directories or folders in Linux. Basically, folders are called directories in Linux. Now let's jump into the practicals. Type make dir. Make dir is short for make directory. Now you have to specify the directory name that you want to create. Let me create, let's say, dummy. So I am basically telling the make directory command to create this dummy directory. That's as simple as that. Press enter. ls, as you can see, dummy directory has been created. Now let's create multiple directories with a single make dir command. Type make dir d1 space d2. This time make dir command will create these two directories. Just separate the directory names with a space. Let me press enter. ls, as you can see, d2 and d1 directories have been created. Now what I want is to create a directory within a directory. I want to create a tree of directories. For example, I want to create a directory called Sunny, and inside Sunny I want to create subdirectory called Dimalu. So type make dir sunny/dimalu, press enter, and we have an error, can't create directory, because if you want to create a directory within a directory, then we have to specify -p option. -p stands for parent. It creates a directory within a directory. So if I press enter this time ls, as you can see, the Sunny directory has been created. Let's check its contents. As you can see, inside the Sunny we have the Dimalu directory. Copying files is a common task that you will probably need to perform on a daily basis. The cp command, which stands for copy, is used to copy both files and directories. I have created these files and directories to demonstrate the copy command. We are gonna start by copying files, and later of course we will copy directories as well. So type cp is short for copy. Now space, we have to tell the cp command two things. First, the file name that you want to copy and the destination directory where you want to copy it. Let's say I want to copy this sort.txt file, so write the exact file name sort.txt. Now space, now specify the destination directory where you want to copy it. I'm going to copy it in my current working directory. So type sort cp.txt. Give a different name, because you can't have two files or directories with the same name inside a directory, right? So I'm telling copy command that take this sort.txt file, then create a copy of it under this new name sort cp.txt. So copy command will create copy of this file under this new name. Press enter ls. As you can see, guys, we have successfully created copy of sort.txt file under this new file name sort cp.txt. So this is as simple as that. Now I'm gonna copy this sort.txt file, which is in my current working directory, into a different location or directory. Let's say I want to copy it in my downloads directory. So type cp, specify the file name sort.txt space. Now specify the destination directory. This time the destination directory is going to be downloads. So home, we have to specify the complete or absolute path. Home /, now specify the username, which is Dimalu for me. So username Dimalu /, now write downloads. This time the copy command is gonna take this sort.txt file and copy it into this downloads directory. Press enter. As you can see, the file was copied successfully. Let me open a new tab, type cd ls, and here we have the downloads directory. Let me change my directory to downloads ls. As you can see guys, we have successfully copied the sort file from my current working directory to downloads. That's how you can create copies in a different location. Now when copying, we can also give the file that you are copying a different name. So after downloads, / again sort cp.txt. So this time the copy command is gonna take this file from current working directory and create its copy under this new name sort cp.txt in the downloads directory. Press enter. ls. As you can see, we have successfully copied it under this new name. So guys, that's how you can copy files from your current working directory to anywhere in your file system. Just specify the complete path. Now let's see how we can copy directories. So what I'm gonna do is create copy of this dummy directory, cp dummy and space. Now specify the new name dummy12. So I'm telling copy command that take this directory, then create its copy under this new name dummy12. Press enter. Okay, we have an error. This is because, as you can see, -r is not specified. By default, the copy command expects us to copy a file. Okay, it assumes that you are copying a file, but when you want to copy a directory, then we have to specify -r parameter like this, -r. So -r basically copies directories. Press enter. ls. Now we have successfully created copy of dummy directory under the new name dummy12, right? So guys, that's how you can copy directories. Similarly, we can copy directories from your current working directory to anywhere in your file system. Let's copy this dummy directory to downloads, home, username, downloads. Now copy command is gonna take, and of course we have to specify -r parameter. The copy command is gonna take dummy directory and copy it into this downloads directory, which is the destination directory. Press enter. We have no error. Let's check the downloads. As you can see, the dummy directory is here. It has been copied. Similarly, we can give a different name when copying directories. So after the destination directory, which is downloads / and give it a different name dummy12. This time the copy command is gonna take this dummy directory and copy it into the downloads directory and give it a new name. Okay, the copy will be created under this new name dum12. Press enter. ls. As you can see, dum12. That's how you can copy files and directories. Now there are a few useful options that we can utilize with the copy command. Let me copy. So by default, when you copy a file or directory, let me copy files.txt, fields.txt file, f1.txt. So when you copy a file successfully, it doesn't actually tell us whether it copied the file successfully or not. Now, if you want a successful message when a file is copied, then we can use -v option. It stands for verbose. It explicitly tells us whether the copy operation was successful or not. Press enter. As you can see, now we have a message. The fields.txt has been copied under this new name f11.txt. Okay. Now another useful option that we can use with the cp command is -i. So let me demonstrate what actually it does. I'm gonna copy this sort.txt file to the downloads. So sort.txt to downloads, home, username, and downloads. Downloads. Now this sort.txt file is already in the downloads directory, right? If I ls here in the downloads, as you can see, it is already there. Now if I copy this file, if I press enter, this file will be copied again. Press enter. As you can see, the operation was successful, right? It has been copied even though this file was already there. The way the copy command works, by default it overwrites the existing file. So the old sort.txt file was overwritten by this new sort.txt file. So if you want to avoid overwriting, then you can use -i option. So the way -i works is, if the file that you are trying to copy already exists in your destination directory, then it informs us about it, whether you want to carry out the operation or not. Press enter. As you can see, overwrite means this file already exists in the downloads directory. You still want to overwrite it or not. N, if you type N, it will not overwrite. But if you type Y means yes, it will overwrite the existing file. In this video, we will learn how to delete files and directories using the rm command. The rm command stands for remove, and it is used to delete files and directories from the system. It is a simple and straightforward command. Now let's dive into the practicals. I have created these files and directories to demonstrate the rm command. So type rm space, rm is short for remove. Now we have to specify the exact file name that you want to remove. I want to remove, let's say, this f1.txt file name, f1.txt. Press enter. As you can see, we got no error. It means the operation was successful. Let's ls. As you can see, guys, the f1.txt file has been removed successfully. The default ls command, as you have already seen, it doesn't tell us whether the operation was successful or not. So if you want an explicit message whether the file was removed successfully or not, then we can use -v option. It stands for verbose. So let's remove this sort cp file, sort cp.txt. Press enter. Now as you can see, we have a message saying removed sort cp.txt. Now let's see how we can remove directories. So type rm. I'm gonna remove this dummy directory. Specify the directory name, dummy. Press enter, and we have an error. Dummy is a directory. Just like the cp command, we need to specify -r option to remove directories. By default, the rm command expects a file name. Now to remove a directory or multiple directories, we have to specify -r option. It removes directories. Press enter, ls. Now as you can see, the dummy directory has been removed. Now we can remove multiple files and directories as well. Now before we do that, let me demonstrate how we can remove directory that is located in another location. Here in my downloads directory, I have all these files and directories. Let's say I want to remove this sort.txt file. The command is pretty much same. Just specify the path to the file or directory that you want to remove. The file is in downloads directory, so home, specify the username. Now write downloads. Inside the downloads directory, I have this sort.txt file, sort.txt. Press enter. the operation was successful. Let's ls. As you can see, the file sort.txt has been removed. Similarly, we can remove a directory as well. Now inside downloads, I have dummy directory. So let's remove this. So inside downloads, I have the directory called dummy. And of course, when removing directories, we have to specify -r option. This time I'm gonna use the verbose option as well. The verbose option tells us whether the operation was a success or not. Press enter. As you can see, removed directory at this location downloads. The dummy ls, the dummy directory has been removed. Now let's explore some other options with the rm command. Let me quickly create copy of sort file, sort.txt file. Now, when removing files or directories, we have to be careful, right? Sometimes we might accidentally remove files that we may not want to remove, right? Accidents do happen. Now, before removing a directory, I want a confirmation prompt from the system, right? If I want to remove the file or not. So type -i sort.txt. Press enter. As you can see, guys, this time we have a prompt, right? It is asking me if I want to remove this specified file or not. If you type n means no, it will not remove. And if you type y means yes, it will go ahead and remove the specified file. ls, as you can see, it has been removed. So -i basically alerts us before removing the file or directory. Now, one of the most commonly used options with rm command is -f. -f stands for force. It basically forcefully removes the files and directories. Now, what happens is that there are certain files that you can't remove with the simple rm command. We need to provide -f to remove specific files or directories. Now, files that are write protected can't be removed with simple rm command. Now, write protected files are those that can't be modified or edited. Let me create one such file. I'm gonna make this demo.txt file as write only. So type chmod. You don't have to worry about the chmod command. We will get back to it in a dedicated section. For now, I just want to create a write protected file just to demonstrate rm command. Chmod user, I'm gonna take away write permission on demo.txt file. Press enter. Now, as you can see, guys, in the desktop, we have this lock sign. It means that this is a write protected file and it can't be modified or edited. Let me ls. Now let me try to remove it with default rm command demo.txt. Press enter. As you can see, guys, we have this prompt: remove write protected regular empty file demo.txt. Now here we have to specify n for no. If you don't want to remove, then type n, and if you want to remove, then type yes, or y stands for yes. Now I don't want to remove this demo.txt file yet, so I'm gonna specify n. Press enter. Now if you want to bypass this prompt, then we have to use -f parameter. So type rm-f, specify the file name, and press enter. As you can see, guys, this time the rm command did not display this prompt: remove write protected regular file. It directly removed the file. So -f parameter essentially bypasses this prompt and forcefully removes the files or directories. And if you have, let's say, a write protected directory, then you have to specify -r parameter like this: rf, then specify the write protected directory. Let's say we have a write protected directory demo, then this command is gonna remove this write protected directory and bypass the prompt that rm command typically displays when removing write protected files or directories. In this video, we will learn how to create and modify text files using the Nano text editor. Nano is a lightweight terminal-based text editor that lets us open, edit, and create files directly from the command line. Nano is one of those tools in Linux that you will likely use on a daily basis. Nano is a simple, efficient, and packed with useful features like syntax highlighting, line numbering, search and replace, as well as copy, cut, and paste functionalities. In this particular video, we will learn the fundamentals of Nano. Now, let's dive into the practicals. So, open your terminal and simply type Nano, press enter, and we are inside the Nano text editor. As you can see, now it is ready to take our inputs. So let me type a few random lines. This is a press enter for a new line. Press enter again. So guys, that's how you can write text inside the Nano text editor. Now at the bottom, as you can see, these are the options that we can use with the Nano. For example, here we have write out. So if you press Ctrl plus O together, it will write or save the text into a file. And if you want to exit out of the Nano, then we need to press Ctrl plus X together. Now press Ctrl plus G. It basically brings up this help or documentation for the Nano text editor. Here we can learn everything about the Nano. Here we have a detailed information about the Nano. Now press down arrow key to scroll through the entire documentation, as you can see. And these are the options that we can use with Nano, so feel free to go through these options. Here you will find everything. Now to exit out of this help or documentation, press Q. Now we are back to the editing mode. Now next thing that I'm gonna do is save this content to a file. Even though we have opened Nano and written some text in it, but we have actually not saved this content to a file. So to save content to a file, we have to press Ctrl plus O together. Press Ctrl plus O together. Here, as you can see, write to file. Now specify the file name where you want to save this content. Let's say dummy.txt. Now this file will be saved in your current working directory. My current working directory is files, as you can see. So this file will be saved in my files directory. So press enter. As you can see, wrote 4 lines. So these 4 lines have been written or saved to this dummy.txt file. Now let's exit out of the Nano. To exit out of the Nano, press Ctrl plus X together and we are out of the Nano. Let's ls. As you can see guys, this is the file that we created using the Nano text editor. Now we are gonna learn how to open and modify a text file using Nano. So type Nano space. Now specify the file name that you want to open or modify. For me it is this dummy.txt. Now the way Nano works is if the file name that you specify here doesn't exist, then it will create that file, and if the file already exists, then Nano will open that file. Since this file already exists, it will open this existing file. Press enter. As you can see, this is the exact content that we written to this dummy.txt file. Let's add a new line, press enter. Now press Ctrl plus O to save this newly written file. Press enter. Now let's exit out of the Nano by pressing Ctrl plus X, ls. And now we can also create the file at the beginning when we start the Nano. So type Nano space, specify the file name that you want to create, demo.txt. As I mentioned a minute ago, the way Nano works is if the file name that you specify here doesn't exist, then it will create that file, and if it already exists, then it will open that particular file. Since this demo.txt doesn't exist in my current working directory, it will create this new file. Press enter. A new file has been created. Okay, forgive my spellings. Press enter for new line, some random text. Now to save it, press Ctrl plus O. As you can see, this time the file name is already appearing because this file was created at the beginning. So write to file, press enter, and it has written these 3 lines to this demo.txt file. Some of you might notice that it is saying wrote 3 lines, but we only have 2 lines. This is because, as you can see, cursor is at the 3rd line, so this is an empty line. Now let's exit out of the Nano, Ctrl plus X. Now before I wrap up this video, I almost forgot one important thing that you should know about. So again, open the Nano text editor. Let's write some random text. Ctrl O to save it. Now here, as you can see, write to file. Now last time we saved file in my current working directory, right? We simply specified the file name. However, we can also save file in a specific or custom directory. For example, I want to save the file in my desktop. In that case, you simply need to specify the complete path here. So type /home, a username, now desktop, /file name, dummy.txt. So this time Nano is going to create this dummy.txt file in this specified path or directory, which is desktop. So press enter, Ctrl X to exit out of it, press type cd, press enter to switch to the home directory. Now let's change the directory to desktop, ls. As you can see here, we have this dummy.txt file that we created using the Nano text editor and saved in the desktop. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. In this video, we will take a look at the search and replace functionality of Nano. Nano's search and replace functionality is much better than many advanced graphical text editors. It is very convenient. Now let's dive into the practicals. Here I have already created the file dummy.txt that I'm gonna use to demonstrate the search and replace functionality of the Nano text editor. So let's open this file using the Nano text editor, of course. So type Nano, file name for me it is dummy.txt, press enter. In this file, as you can see, we have the word root appearing multiple times in each line, right? So I want to replace this word root with let's say the word admin. So to perform search and replace operation, press Ctrl plus backslash or backward slash together. As you can see at the bottom, we have this box appearing, search to replace. So specify the word that you want to replace. I'm gonna replace the word root. So type root, press enter. Now we have the another box, replace with. Now specify the word that you want to replace it with. So I'm gonna replace it with the word admin. Now press enter. as you can see guys, the Nano is pointing or highlighting the first match of the root that it found. It is at the line number 1. Down here we have a few options to replace. So first option is Y. If you press Y, then it replaces one match or word at a time. A means all. It replaces all the matching words at once, and N is for no, and Control C is to cancel this operation. So let's start with the Y. Press Y. As you can see, it has replaced the first match with admin. Now it has moved to the next match root. So if you press Y again, it will replace it and automatically move to the next match like this. So that's how you can replace one by one. Now press Ctrl plus C to exit out of the search and replace operation. Now we are gonna replace all the matches at once. Again press Ctrl plus backslash. Now here, as you can see, it is already showing the word root. This is the previous word that we replaced. So if you press enter, then by default the Nano will replace this previous word. You can press enter, or if you want to replace something else, then you can type that as well. So let's go with root again, press enter. Now replace with admin in uppercase. Now press enter. This time, as you can see, it is pointing here at line number 2. I have a match, the word root. Now this time I am gonna press A. A means all. It will replace all the matches. So press A. As you can see guys, the word root has been replaced by the uppercase admin. So yeah, that's how you can replace everything, and one by one. Now let's replace the word admin with the root. Press Ctrl plus backslash again. I'm gonna replace admin. Press enter. Replace with root. Press enter. Now let's see what happens if we press N. So press N. Now if you press N, it will not replace the current match. It will move to the next match. Again, if I press N, as you can see, it is pointing to the next match Y. It has replaced it. And if you press Ctrl plus C, it will cancel this entire search and replace operation. Press Ctrl plus C, as you can see. So guys, that's how you can perform search and replace operation in the Nano text editor. Now guys, before I wrap up this video, let's see how we can search for a particular word or pattern within a file. So press Ctrl W. Now Ctrl W brings up this box. Here you can type the search term, what you want to search for. I'm gonna search for the word install. So type install, press enter. As you can see guys, it is exactly pointing to the word where it found the match install. Press Ctrl W again. Now here in the brackets, square brackets, we already have the install word. This is the previous searched term. So if you do not specify a new term here, then and press enter, Nano will search for the install again. Press enter, as you can see. So Ctrl W again. This time let me search for the word user. Press enter. Now it is pointing to the word user where it found it, which is at the first line. Search always starts from top and moves to the bottom. So that's it for this video guys. In this video, we will take a look at the cat command. I can assure you that you will be using it on a daily basis. It is among the core commands of Linux. So what does the cat command do? The cat command is a versatile multi-purpose command that can be used for a variety of tasks such as creating text files, viewing the contents of files, appending text or content to an existing file, concatenating or merging multiple files into one. The cat stands for concatenation. This is the first video on the cat command. In this video, we will learn how to view the contents of a file and print line numbers as well. Now let's dive into the practicals. So I'm gonna start by viewing contents of a file. So let me type ls. As you can see, in my current working directory, I have all these files. Now I want to view contents of this particular file, dummy.txt. So type cat space. Now write the file name whose content you want to view. So for me it is dummy.txt. So cat command is going to print the contents of this specified file. Press enter. As you can see guys, this is what we have inside this dummy.txt file. So this is as easy as that. Now the dummy.txt file whose content we are viewing, it is in my current working directory. Now let's say if you want to view contents of a file that is located in another directory. In that case, we just need to specify the path to that particular file. For example, I'm gonna view contents of the passwd file. Passwd file basically stores all the user accounts along with their details. So type cat. The passwd file is stored or located inside the etc directory. So specify the complete path, etc/passwd. So this time the cat command is going to view contents of this specified file passwd. Press enter. As you can see guys, we are viewing the contents of the passwd file. As I mentioned, the passwd file stores the user account details. Now cat command also provides the line numbering. Let's get out contents of dummy.txt file. By default, the cat command just prints or displays contents of a given file, but it doesn't print the line numbers. So if you want to print line numbers, then -n stands for number. Basically it prints the line numbers as well. Press enter. Now we have a well formatted and pleasant output, right, along with the line numbers. So that's pretty much it for this video guys. We will continue from where we left off in the previous video. In this video we will learn how to create files and append contents to existing files using the cat command. Let's dive into the practicals. So type cat command. We are gonna start by creating a file using the cat command. So type cat. Now type greater than sign, and after it specify the file name that you want to create. Let's say d1.txt. Now the cat command is going to create this specified file as soon as you press enter. So press enter. As you can notice, we have this cursor, right? It is basically waiting for our inputs. So let's write a few text lines. This is a file created. Now press enter. As soon as you press enter, it will write the previous line to this d1.txt file. Now in the new line, we can write another line. This is another line, another line. Press enter for a new line. New line, press enter again. Now to exit out of the cat command, press Ctrl+C. Let's ls. So the d1.txt file has been created, right? Let's check its contents. d1.txt. As you can see guys, these are the exact lines that we wrote to this d1.txt file using the cat command, right? Now you have to be careful when creating files with the cat command, because the way it works is it overrides the contents of a file if it already exists. For example, this d1.txt file already exists, right? But if you create another file under the same name as d1.txt and write content to it, then the cat command will remove the existing content and only keep the new content that you write to it. Let me actually show it to you. Cat greater than sign d1.txt, press enter. A new line has been appended. Press enter to save the line. Now press Ctrl plus C to exit. Let's view contents of this d1.txt file. As you can see guys, the previous content of this d1.txt file has been removed or deleted. This is technically called the overwriting. So the way cat command works is if the file name that you specify already exists, then it will remove the contents of that file and only keep the new content that you write to it. And if the file name that you specify here doesn't exist, then it will create a new file. So as you can see here, it removed the previous content and only kept the content that we written to it with the previous cat command. Now if you want to maintain the existing content, then we have to use two greater than symbols like this. When we use two greater than signs, then the cat command keeps the existing content and the new content that you add gets added or appended at the end. So this time d1.txt, the same file, this file already exists and already has content in it, right? Press enter. Content added with two greater than signs. This is called appending. Press enter. Now let's exit out of this. ls cat out contents of d1.txt. As you can see guys, the previous content has been kept as it is. It was not overwritten or removed, but the new content that we added with the previous cat command has been appended at the end. So when you use two greater than symbols, the cat command doesn't overwrite or remove the existing content. The new content gets appended or added at the end. In this quick video, we are going to learn how to use the touch command to create empty files. It is actually easy. So type touch space. Now specify the file name that you want to create. Let's say d1.txt. Press enter. ls. As you can see, the file d1.txt has been created. Now the touch command creates an empty file. So let's check out its contents. d1.txt. As you can see, this is an empty file. So syntax is simple. Just type touch command and specify the file name that you want to create. Now we can create multiple empty files with a single touch command. So d2.txt space. Now the files must be separated by a space like this. d3.txt, hello.py, demo.sh. This time the touch command is going to create these 4 files. Remember, the files must be separated by a space. Press enter. ls. As you can see, it has created all these files. So that's how you can use the touch command. This is the first practical video on the grep command. In this video, we will learn what grep is and understand its fundamentals. Grep stands for Global Regular Expression Print. The grep command is widely used to search for specific text or patterns within a file or multiple files. For example, if you have a large text file and want to check whether a particular word exists or how many times it appears, grep solves this problem quickly and efficiently. It makes searching through files incredibly easy. The use cases of the grep command are vast. It can be used for formatting output, searching for patterns and efficiently analyzing logs. In this video, we will cover fundamentals of Grep. So let's get into the practicals. So open your terminal. We are gonna need a file that we can use for searching. We need a file with some repetitive words in it. So what I'm gonna do is dump the manual page of the user add command to a file. So type man, just follow along, man, type the user add command, greater than sign for redirecting or saving output of this man command to the file. Give a file name, let's say dummy.txt. So this Linux command is going to dump or redirect the manual page of the user add command to this dummy.txt file. Press enter. Ls, the file has been created. Let's check its contents and see how many lines does this file contain. cat-n dummy.txt. Press enter, and this file has more than 500 lines, which is more than enough to demonstrate the grep command efficiently. So let's clear the terminal. Now type grep space. Now grep needs minimum two options, the search term and the file name where you want to conduct the search in. So within quotes, specify the pattern or word that you want to search. Let's say user. So I'm gonna search for the word user space. Now specify the file name where you want to conduct this search. I'm gonna conduct in the file dummy.txt that I just created. So this grep command is going to search for the word user in this dummy.txt file. So if it finds this word, then it will display those lines that contain this word. Press enter. As you can see, guys, it has printed all the lines that contain the searched term user, right? The searched term, which is user, is being highlighted by the red color. So these are the lines that contain the word user. By default, it prints the entire line, as you can see. Now one thing that is particularly missing here is the line numbers, right? Now we know that yes, this word user is present in the file, but we do not know in which line numbers it is present in. So let's fix this. Type grep -n parameter displays the exact line numbers wherever it finds a match. So search term is again going to be user space and file name dummy.txt. Press enter. As you can see, guys, it is displaying the exact line numbers wherever it found the word user, which is our searched term. Now let's understand the grep with a real world example. I want to check if a particular user exists on my system. So type grep and I want to check if the user name cyborg or user account cyborg is present in my system or not. So search term, now specify the path to the file where you want to conduct this search in. The passwd file basically stores the details of every user account on the system. So grep command is going to search for the word cyborg in this specified file passwd. Passwd file is stored in the etc directory. Press enter. As you can see, guys, it did find the word cyborg. It means the user account cyborg does exist in my system. And before I wrap up this video, let's explore -h option. -h displays all the options that you can use with the grep command. Press enter. Okay, I think it is help. Press enter. As you can see, guys, these are the options that we can use with the grep command. It is a very vast and powerful command. So feel free to go through this documentation. I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we will learn how to search for whole or standalone words using the grep command. By default, grep will match any word that contains the search term, even if the search term is part of a larger word or string. For example, if you search for user, the grep command will return or match results like user delete or user add, etc. So grep by default assumes that you want to find everything, whether it is a standalone or part of a larger word like user add. Now I want to match only standalone words, not words that are part of another word. This is fairly simple. Now let's dive into the practicals. Let me first demonstrate how the grep command works by default. Let me search for the word user in the dummy.txt file, press enter. As you can see guys, if you analyze the output closely, here as you can see this line, we have the full word user add. Now the grep command is matching this word user, even though this is part of another word or a bigger word user add. So that's the default behavior of the grep command. It matches the searched pattern, whether it is at the beginning, middle, or a standalone word. It matches everything. So if you only want to match the standalone words like this, then we need to use -w option. Grep -w matches the complete word or the standalone word. So let's go for user dummy.txt, press enter. Now as you can see here, it is only displaying or matching the word user that is standalone, right? It is not displaying the word user that is part of another word or a bigger word. So guys, that's pretty much it for this video. Output redirection is a fundamental concept in the Linux command line that allows us to control the output of a command or program. In simple terms, it means taking the output of a command and redirecting or saving it to a file. When you execute a command in the terminal, by default, the output of that command is typically displayed in the terminal. However, with output redirection, you can save the output to a file. There are many situations where you might need to save the output of a command to a file instead of displaying it in the terminal, such as analyzing the output later, filtering or processing the output with other tools, etc. So let me practically demonstrate what I just explained. Let me execute the ls command. This is the output of ls command, right? Now output redirection allows us to redirect or save output that a command produces to a file. This is exactly what I'm gonna do. I will take this output of ls command, then redirect or save it to a file. The syntax is very simple. Type the command whose output you want to redirect. I'm gonna go with the ls command. Now type the greater than sign. The greater than symbol is also known as the output redirection operator. Now specify the file name where you want to save the output. out.txt. Now the way output redirection works, if the file name that you specify does not exist, then it will create the file first, then redirect output to it. And if the file already exists, then it will redirect or save the output to the existing file. Let me hit enter. and this time we did not get any output. This is because by default Linux sends output of a command to the terminal. However, this time we used the output redirection operator, so the output was sent to this out.txt file, not to the terminal. Now let me ls. As you can see, the out.txt file has been created. Now let's check its contents. Cat out.txt. As you can see guys, inside out.txt file we have this content. This is the output of this ls command. This is exactly what we redirected to this out.txt file. This is as simple as that. Now let's do a few more examples. Let me execute a date command. This is the output of date command. Now let's redirect the output of date command to a file. Type date output redirection operator date.txt. This time output redirection operator is gonna take output of date command, then redirect it to this date.txt file. Let me hit enter. ls. The date.txt file has been created. Let's get out its contents. As you can see guys, inside date.txt file we have the output of date command. So similarly you can redirect output of any command to a file using the output redirection operator. Now you have to be a bit careful when redirecting output of a command to a file, because the output redirection operator overrides or removes the contents of an existing file. For example, this date.txt file already has some content, right? Now if you redirect output of another command to this date.txt file, then it will remove or overwrite the existing content and only keep the new content. Let me actually show you what I mean. This time what I'm gonna do is redirect the output of ls command to the date.txt file. Now the date.txt file already exists, right? It has already some contents inside it. Now this time the output redirection operator is going to redirect the output of this ls command to the date.txt command and only keep the new content or output of this ls command. Let me press enter. Let's check the contents of date command. As you can see guys, the old or existing content has been removed. We only have the new content that we redirected it with the most recent command, which is ls. Now if you want to maintain or keep the existing content of a file, then we have to use the two output redirection operators. So let me redirect output of date command. This time use two output redirection operators like this, date.txt. Now when you use two output redirection operators, the output gets appended at the end of the file. So what it is gonna do, it will take the output of date command, then append or add it at the end of this specified file. Press enter. Let's get out contents of date.txt file. As you can see guys, this is the existing content. It is still there, it has not been overwritten, and the output of the previous command date has been appended at the end. That's how guys you can use the output redirection operator and avoid content overwriting. It is a simple and useful tool. WC stands for word count. As the name suggests, WC counts the total number of words, lines and characters in a given file. Now let's jump into the practicals. I have this file called out.txt. I want to count or check how many words, characters and lines are in this particular file. So type wc space. Now specify the file name where you want to perform counting in. Out.txt Now press enter. As you can see, we have some interesting details. First field from the right displays the file name. Then next field displays the total characters, and this field displays the total words, and first field from the left displays the total lines. Now I only want to print the total number of words. So type wc-w, and -w only prints the total words. As you can see, the total words in the file out.txt are 2008-31. Similarly, you can print only lines wcl, and if you want to print the total letters or characters, then specify -c. -c counts how many characters are in the specified file, as you can see. Now let me demonstrate the wc with a real world example. Let's say I want to check how many user accounts are on my system. Then wc-l etc passwd. Now it will count how many lines are in the passwd file. Press enter. As you can see, there are total 59 lines, which means there are total 59 user accounts in my system. So that's it for wc command, guys. Thank you very much for watching. In this video, we are gonna cover pipes, also known as piping. Piping is an essential part of the Linux command line. So what exactly is piping? In simpler terms, piping is the process of sending the output of one command to another. Piping combines two or more commands by sharing data between them. This is done using the pipe character between the two commands. Now, why do we need to send output of one command to another or share data between them? Well, sometimes we have to use multiple commands or tools to complete complex tasks. So when you use different commands separately to get a single task done, it is a time-consuming process, right? So why not combine multiple commands together instead of executing them separately? This is exactly what piping solves. Piping allows us to combine or connect multiple commands by sharing data or output between them. So instead of using multiple commands separately, we can combine them using piping. When one command sends its output to another command, the receiving command processes that output as its input. This essentially means that the output of one command becomes the input for the next command or the receiving command. Now let's jump into the practicals. Here I have this out.txt file. Let me cat out its contents. This is the output of this cat command, right? Now piping allows us to pipe or send output of one command to another. This is exactly what I'm gonna do. I will send this output of cat command to the grep command. Grep command will further process this output. Let me type the complete command. So type cat out.txt. Now type the pipe character. This is the pipe character. This pipe character is typically above the enter key. Now let me type the grep command. I'm going to search for the word user, and let me open another terminal. I'm going to need it for a smooth explanation. Now let me cat out the contents of out.txt file. Now let me break down this entire command. Now the way it is going to work, since we are using piping, the pipe character, the Linux is going to send the output of this cat command to the grep command. This is the output of cat command, right? Linux will send this output to the grep command. Now grep command will receive this output, then search for the word user in this output or in these text lines. If it finds the word user in any of these lines, then those lines will be printed or displayed. Now, if you notice here, I have not specified any file name. The grep command needs minimum two options: the search term, what you want to search. I have specified the search term, but I have not specified the file name where I want to search for this specified word user. This is because the grep is going to search for this word in this output that it receives from this command through piping. Let me press enter. As you can see, guys, it has printed all the lines that contain the searched term user. So that's how the piping works. So guys, the output of one command becomes input to another command or the command that is receiving it. Remember, most Linux commands are designed to receive the output through piping. So the output of cat command became input to the grep command, and grep command searched for the word user in the output that it received. This is as simple as that. Now let's do a few more examples. Let me change my directory to home. Let me execute ls command. Now I want to check whether the directory desktop exists or not. Obviously it does exist. We all can see it. It is right there. However, if there are, let's say, hundreds of files and directories, then it becomes a bit hard to locate a specific file or directory. But with piping, we can easily solve such problems. All we have to do is send this output of ls command to the grep command, then search for the whatever file or directory you want. So let me type ls space, type the pipe character. I'm gonna search, type grep. I'm gonna search for the word desktop. So what basically is going to happen, the Linux will send output of ls command. Let me close this terminal. This is not required. I'm gonna open a new terminal. Now what basically is going to happen, the Linux will send the output of this command, which is this, to grep command. Then grep command will search for the word desktop in this output, and if it finds a match, then it will list that line. Press enter. As you can see, guys, it did find the word desktop. So the directory desktop does exist. So that's how, guys, the piping works. You can literally take output of any command, then pipe that to another command. We will continue from where we left off in the previous video. In this video, we will practice piping with more practical and real-world examples. We will combine more than two commands and also use piping with output redirection. Now let's jump into the practicals. I want to check in how many lines the word user is present in this op.txt file. So type cat op.txt. Now pipe it to the grep command. Type grep. I'm gonna search for the word user. Press enter. As you can see, guys, grep command has printed all the lines that contain the searched term user. We have tens of such lines that contain the word user. Now I exactly don't know in how many lines the word user is present. To solve this problem, we need to use another command called wc. So we need to pipe the output of grep command to wc. So type pipe character wc space -l. -l stands for line. Now wc command is going to display the total lines that contain the word user. So we have created a chain of commands. The way it is gonna work, first Linux will send the output of cat command to the grep command. Then grep command will search for the word user in the output that it receives from this cat command through piping. Then the output that the grep command generates, that output will be sent or piped to the wc command. Then wc command will finally count the total lines that contain the word user. Press enter. As you can see guys, there are total 137 lines that contain the word user. That's how guys you can basically combine the piping to get things done. Now I want to save or redirect this final output to a file. Here we need to use the piping. I think many of you might have already guessed. So type the output redirection operator, write the file name, let's say count.txt. Now output that this wc command with -l generates will be saved in this count.txt file. Press enter. ls, as you can see, the file count.txt has been created. Let me get out its contents. It is count.txt. Press enter. As you can see guys, this is the output that we saved into this file. So output of this command was saved into this file. Now let's do a real world example. There is a file called passwd. So type cat etc/passwd. The passwd file is located inside the etc directory. Now passwd file essentially stores information about each user account on a system. Let me press enter. As you can see, these are the user accounts on my system. Most of them are the system accounts. And here, as you can see, user Dimalu, the first field displays the username. So the username Dimalu does exist in this system. Now let's say if you want to find whether a particular user account exists in your system or not, then we can use piping. All we have to do is pipe the output of passwd file to the grep command. Now within quotes, write the name of the user that you want to search for. Let me go for Dimalu. Press enter. As you can see guys, the word Dimalu does exist. And let me search for another user account, guest. The guest also does exist. Let me search for guest12, and this time we did not get any output. This is because there is no such user account on my system or inside this passwd file. So that's it for this video guys. Thank you very much for watching. Welcome back everyone. In this section we will discuss two important aspects of Linux: user management and performing administrative tasks. This is one of the most important sections in this course. Before we dive into root user, sudo command and other advanced topics in upcoming videos, it is essential to understand user types. Linux users have different levels of access and permissions based on their type. Therefore, understanding users and their types is important. In this video, we will explore the different types of users in Linux. So what is a computer user first? A computer user is essentially someone who interacts with a computer system and uses its resources to perform tasks. These tasks include accessing files, running programs, and utilizing all the other features the system offers. In short, anyone who uses a computer for various activities is considered a computer user. Now, Linux is a multi-user operating system. Now, what does multi-user mean? A multi-user operating system allows multiple users to access and use a system simultaneously. This means several user accounts can be logged in at the same time. In a multi-user environment, we can create separate or multiple user accounts. Each user has their own account with a unique username and password. This allows users to log in with their login credentials and access their own files and resources without interfering with each other. Remember, each user in a multi-user operating system has their own files. By default, one user can't access files of other users on the system. Linux automatically manages the resources and security of each user account. Linux, macOS, and Windows are all multi-user operating systems. You can create multiple user accounts in each of these systems. In the upcoming videos, you will learn how to create and manage multiple user accounts on Linux practically. Now, there are three types of users in Linux, not only in Linux but in Windows as well. There are three main types of users: regular users, root user, and system users. Let's start with regular users. Regular users in Linux are also known as normal users, standard users, or non-admin users. Regular users have limited system access. They can perform basic standard tasks such as browsing the internet, storing and accessing their data, playing media, and creating files, etc. However, a regular user can't perform any administrative tasks such as installing, uninstalling applications, modifying system settings, accessing or deleting configuration files, and managing system directories and tools. In short, regular users don't have ability or permission to utilize and access files and tools that are specifically designed for performing administrative tasks. Now let's address the real question: why regular user accounts exist? What problems do they solve? As we discussed earlier, regular user accounts have limited privileges or access to a system. This allows users to utilize and access the system without being able to modify system files or other protected administrative files and tools. This limited access helps maintain system security. Organizations, schools, and universities commonly use regular user accounts for this very reason. Let's take an organization as an example. Organizations and corporations often have multiple employees who typically use the same computer system, right? To ensure security and privacy, each user is assigned a unique username and password. Users log in using their credentials. Each user's files are stored separately, and one user can't access the files of another user without proper authorization. Regular user accounts, as we have discussed, have limited privileges. This means they can't damage or access system files, nor can they perform administrative tasks. By using regular user accounts, users can benefit from all the essential functionality the system offers without risking accidental or intentional harm to the system through administrative access. They can create their own files, perform office work, but can't access administrative tools. This restriction on accessing only their own files inherently makes regular user accounts more secure. Windows is also a multi-user operating system. You may be familiar with guest accounts. The guest account in Windows is also a regular user account with limited system access. The second type of user is the root user, also known as administrative user. Root will be covered in the next video because it deserves a dedicated video. Now let's discuss system users. System users in Linux as well as in Windows. A system user refers to a user account created for computer system or an application to execute specific tasks or functions. System users are created during the installation of operating system and applications. Some applications use a dedicated system user account to carry out their operations. System users typically run in the background. They are not directly relevant to your your day-to-day tasks. We don't interact with them directly, but they are used by specific applications to carry out their operations in the background. These tasks include running daemons or services in the background. Specific applications such as antivirus software also use dedicated system account to scan the system. System users don't have a login shell, meaning they can't log into the system directly. In this video, we will learn about the root user. Root is the most important user on a Linux system. In the previous video, we discussed that regular users can't perform administrative tasks. However, someone eventually needs to perform administrative tasks, right? And that is where the root user comes in. The root is a special user account on Linux. It is essentially the admin or administrative user account on the Linux system. All administrative tasks are performed by the root user account. The root user is also known as the super user. The root user has complete control over the system. It can perform any operation on a system, such as installing or uninstalling applications, accessing, deleting, and modifying any system and configuration files. In short, the root user controls and accesses everything. The root user account is created automatically during the installation of Linux. Each Linux system has the root user by default. In the upcoming video, we will be putting theory into practice. Finally, we will put everything we have learned in the last two videos into practice. In this video, we will learn about the sudo command and how to use it to perform administrative tasks. We will also cover how sudo is related to the root user, as well as who is allowed to use the sudo command. This video is going to be very important and probably one of the longest videos in the entire course. So make sure to watch the complete video and don't skip anything. Let's dive into the practicals. In the previous two videos, we learned that a regular user can't perform administrative tasks, right? Now let's actually verify if it is true or not. Now, how can you tell whether you are logged in as a regular user or the root user? Well, a regular user is denoted by the $sign. As you can see, it means that the currently logged in user Dimalu is a regular user, and the root user is denoted or represented by the pound symbol. We will get back to it later. Now what I'm gonna do is I will try to install an application which is an administrative task. So type apt install vlc. Don't worry about the apt command. We will get back to it in a dedicated section. Apt is basically used for installing or uninstalling applications. Now let me press enter and see what happens. As you can see, guys, we have two errors. The first error says permission denied. It means that the currently logged in user Dimalu does not have permission to execute this command. And second error says that are you root? It means that you need to be the root user to execute this command. Only root user is allowed to execute this command. Now there are two primary ways to perform administrative tasks on a Linux system. Either you need to log in as the root user, or you can use the sudo command to perform administrative tasks. Now logging in as root user is not recommended, especially for beginners, because it can be very dangerous. The major problem with logging in as the root user is that the root user executes commands without alerting you or giving any warnings. No matter how dangerous the command is, you are not warned before making system changes or executing commands. This means that you will not have any opportunity to review the changes before they are implemented, which can lead to serious problems. For example, you could accidentally delete essential system files, rendering your system unusable or unstable. For these reasons, it is considered dangerous to log in as root or operate your system as root. Even experienced users avoid logging in as root unless it is absolutely necessary. So what is the safe way to perform administrative tasks? To safely perform administrative tasks, we can use the sudo command. Sudo command allows regular users to run commands with the same power or privileges as the root user. This means you don't need to log in as the root user to perform administrative tasks. You can simply use the sudo command. The term sudo stands for superuser do, where su stands for superuser and do stands for perform or execute. Remember, the root user is also known as the superuser. Now let's see how we can use the sudo command to perform administrative tasks. The syntax is simple. Just type the sudo command before the command that you want to execute. Now I'm gonna execute the same apt install vlc command. Apt install vlc, press enter, type your password, press enter. As you can see guys, now the command is working. Apt is asking me whether I want to continue the installation or not. Type Y. Y is for yes, N is for no. I'm gonna type Y to proceed with installation. Press enter. Now apt is going to download the required files for VLC, then install it automatically. The installation is complete. Now let me verify the installation. Type VLC, press enter. As you can see guys, VLC is up and running. So guys, that's how you can basically use the sudo command to perform administrative tasks. Just type the sudo command before the actual command that you want to execute. Now let me execute another command that needs sudo privileges. There is a command called fdisk which is used for managing partitions. Press enter. As you can see, permission denied. Now I'm gonna type sudo, then fdisk -l, press enter. As you can see guys, now the command has been executed successfully. So guys, if you encounter errors like this, permission denied, then just write the sudo command before the actual command, then the command will be executed. This is as easy as that. And there is another tool called airmon ng. If I press enter, as you can see, run it as root. It means it also needs the sudo privileges. If I type sudo, press enter, now as you can see, this command has been executed successfully. So guys, whenever you want to perform administrative tasks or encounter errors like run it as root or permission denied, then just write the sudo command before the actual command, then everything will be fine. Now let's address a very important question: who can access or use the sudo command? Remember, not every regular user can use the sudo command. Only users who have been granted sudo privileges or permission to use the sudo command can use or access it. By default, only one regular user account has permission to use the sudo command. The user account that you create or set up during installation is allowed to use the sudo command. When you install Ubuntu, Kali Linux or any Linux based operating system, you have to set up a user account and password for that account during the installation, right? The user account that you set up during installation is automatically given permission to use the sudo command. only that particular user can use the sudo command. Any user accounts that you create after the installation can't access the sudo command. They have limited access to the system and can't perform administrative tasks or use the sudo command. Now, how do you know whether a user account can access or have permission to use the sudo command? It is simple. We need to use the id command to verify that. Now type id space, now specify the username that you want to check sudo permissions for. I'm gonna check whether the Dimalu user has permission to use sudo or not. Type username, press enter. Here we have a lot of information. We will dissect this information in a dedicated section. For now, here you only need to see if the sudo is mentioned here or not. Here we have groups. So groups equal to, and here it is, sudo. As you can see guys, sudo is here. It means the user Dimalu is part of the sudo group. So the Dimalu user has permission to access the sudo command. Now I have another user account on my system, which is guest, and let me press enter to see if it has access to the sudo command or not. Press enter. As you can see guys, this is a regular user account that I created after installing the Kali Linux, and here we don't have sudo mentioned anywhere. It means that the guest user does not have access to the sudo. It can't use or access the sudo command. Again guys, I'm wrapping up this video with the note that only the user account that you create or set up during the installation has the access to the sudo command. User accounts that you add after installation don't have permission to use the sudo command. In this video, we are going to take a look at the Passwd file. Before we start creating, removing and managing user accounts, we need to learn about the Passwd file because it is an important file for security and users. It basically stores basic information about each user account on the system. When a user account is created on a Linux system, their basic information is stored in this Passwd file. It contains important details about each user on a system, such as usernames, user IDs, group IDs, home directories, login shells, and placeholder for password data. Now let's dive into the practicals. We are gonna check and analyze contents of the passwd file. So type cat / etc. Now the passwd file is stored in the etc directory. Now etc / type passwd, press enter. This is the contents of the passwd file. Here we have tens of user accounts. So every user account that you create is stored in this passwd file. All its details are stored in the passwd file. And as you can see here, we have a plenty of information for every user account. So what I'm gonna do is select one user account and then demonstrate all its fields. So I'm gonna demonstrate what all these fields mean using this Dimalu user account, which is an administrative user account. Okay, so each line here is a separate user account. If you check closely, the data is organized into fields or columns, and columns are separated by colons. As you can see, the fields are colon separated, right? So let's start with the first field. The first field contains the user name or user account name. So user account name is Dimalu. The second field is X. Now X, or the second field, historically used to store the password for user accounts, but now the passwords are stored in another file called shadow. Okay, we will get back to the shadow file in a later video. So X simply means that the password for the user dimalu is stored in another file. Not only for dimalu, the X simply means password for every user account is stored in another file. This third column displays the user ID. User ID is also called UID. User ID is basically a unique number or ID that is assigned to each user account. When a new user account is created on Linux, Linux automatically assigns a unique user ID to it. Okay, the UID basically identifies a user on the system. UID is important for managing file ownership and controlling access. Now, user IDs are divided into three categories. The user IDs start from 0. So let me scroll up. As you can see guys, the first user account is root and user ID assigned to it is 0. The 0 user ID is reserved for the user account root. Root is the first user account that gets created on the system. It is automatically created by Linux during its installation and it is assigned the user ID 0. 0 is reserved for the root user. Now user IDs from 1 to 99, they are reserved for predefined system accounts such as services and daemons, and user IDs from 100 to 999 are reserved by the system for administrative or system related accounts and groups that are not meant for regular logins. Now, the user IDs from 1000 onwards are assigned to the actual user accounts. Okay, for example, this dimalu user account, this is the first user account on the system. Okay, and it is assigned the user ID 1000. The second user account that was created on the system is Cyborg and it is assigned 1001, third account 1002, fourth will be assigned 1003 and so on. So again guys, the user accounts that we create on a system, they are assigned the user IDs from 1000 onwards. Remember, the root is basically the user account that is automatically created by the system. However, this user account dimalu, it was the first account that I created on this system. Okay, it was not automatically created by the system. The dimalu user account was created during its installation. During installation, we have to create a user account that we can use to log in. Now next field is called GID or group ID. It stores the ID assigned to a user account's primary group. When a new user account is created on a Linux system, a primary group is also created for that user by default. This group typically has the same name as the username and is assigned the same numerical ID or GID as the user's ID. As you can see, both have the same IDs, right? So only difference is that this is called the user ID, this is called the group ID. Every user must belong to at least one group, which is designated as their primary group. The primary group is important because it determines the default group ownership and permissions for any files or directories created by that user. And the next field is this. It basically contains the host name or system name, which is Sunny dimalu, as you can see. Now next field is this. It basically stores the location of user's home directory. Okay, this is the home directory for the user dimalu. So when the user dimalu logs in, it is automatically redirected to its home directory dimalu, and all the files and directories that the user dimalu creates are stored in the home directory. And next field is shell. It contains the shell assigned to the user. So the shell for dimalu is ZSH shell, and the shell for Cyborg user is bash, right? So last field contains the shell assigned to a user. So that's it for this video, guys. In this video, we are going to learn how to create user accounts in Linux. Linux is a multi-user operating system, which means it can have multiple user accounts on a single system, which allows different users to log in and use the system simultaneously. There are two primary commands for creating user accounts: add user and user add. In this video, we will use user add because it is more powerful, flexible and standardized. It is also the preferred choice for bash scripting and is generally recommended for user creation in most environments. Now let's dive into the practicals. Before creating user accounts, I'm gonna check how many user accounts are on my system. So ls/home. In the home directory, Linux stores home directories for all user accounts by default. Press enter. As you can see, we have two directories here. It means we have at least two user accounts on my system, Dimalu and Cyborg. However, this is not always the reliable method to check all user accounts on a system because some users may not have a home directory. When we create a new user account, we can choose not to create home directory for users, right? So to reliably check all user accounts on a system, we should always check the passwd file that we covered in the previous video. So cat etc passwd. Press enter. In the passwd file, the Linux stores details of all the user accounts, whether they have a home directory or not. All the user accounts will be listed here. Now let's create a new user account. So type sudo space user add, type user add command. The user add command is used to create user accounts on a system. Space, now -m creates a home directory for the user. Space -s stands for shell. It allows us to specify a custom shell. What happens is that if we do not specify a custom shell, by default the user add command is gonna assign the sh shell to the user account. sh is a very old shell with limited functionalities. So let's specify the bash shell. Now at the end, specify the user account name that you want to create. I want to create the user account dummy. Now what basically is happening here, I'm telling the user add command that create the user account called dummy. User account is always specified at the end, and assign the shell bash to it and also create a home directory for this dummy user. Now press enter, enter your password. As you can see, the command was executed successfully. Let's check the home directory. Press enter. As you can see guys, the user account has been created and also its home directory has been created. Now when or if the user account dummy logs into the system, he will be redirected to the home directory, which is a dummy. And let's check the passwd file. As you can see at the bottom, the user dummy has been created and the shell assigned to it is bash. So guys, that's how you can create user accounts on a Linux system. Now these two options are actually optional, right? Let me remove these two options. Now if we remove -s option, then user add command is gonna assign the sh shell to the user, and if I remove -m flag, it will not create the home directory for the user account. Let's create user account called demo. This time user add command is gonna create a simple user account called demo. Press enter. If I check home directory, as you can see, the home directory for demo has not been created because we did not specify the -m flag. Let's check the passwd file. As you can see guys, at the bottom the demo user has been created, right? But its home directory was not created because we did not specify -m option. So when creating a new user account, always use -m flag to create home directory for the user account, and also use -s option to assign a custom shell. If you check the passwd file, as you can see, the default shell assigned to the demo user is sh. In the next video, we are gonna assign a password to this dummy user account. After assigning the password, then we can log in using this dummy user account. Okay. In today's lesson, we will cover two topics. First, how to assign passwords to newly created user accounts, and second, how to change passwords for existing users. Both tasks are simple and straightforward. Let's start by assigning a password to a new user account. Later in the video, we will look at how to change the password for an existing user. Now let's dive into the practicals. I'm gonna continue where we left off in my previous video's practical. Right, in the previous video, I created this dummy user account. Now let's see how we can assign a password to it, so we can log in using this account. The command for assigning password or changing existing users password is passwd. So passwd space. Now specify the user account name that you want to assign a new password to. I'm gonna assign new password to this dummy user account. So specify the exact user account name. Now the way this passwd command works is, if the user account name that you specify here, if this user already has a password assigned to it, then it will change or update the password. And if the user account doesn't have a password assigned to it, then it will assign a new password to it. Since this dummy user account doesn't have a password assigned to it, it will assign a new password to it. Press enter. Now in the new password field, specify the password that you want to assign to it. Press enter. Now retype the password for confirmation. Press enter. As you can see, the password updated successfully. Now this dummy account has a password assigned to it. Now let's see how we can change passwords for the existing user accounts. The syntax is same, sudo passwd. Now specify the user account name whose password you want to update or change. I want to change password for let's say the user account cyborg. Now the cyborg user account already has a password assigned to it. So this passwd command is gonna change or update password for this cyborg user account. Press enter. New password. Retype new password. Press enter. The password updated successfully. So that's how, guys, we can use the passwd command to update passwords as well as assign passwords to the newly created user accounts. Now in the next video, we are gonna log in using the dummy user account that we created. In this video, we will learn how to switch from one user to another without logging out, and how to log in directly using the user accounts we created in the previous video. You can either switch users using the su command or log in directly with the user's credentials. Now let's dive into the practicals. We are gonna start by switching from one user account to another. Switching users simply means changing the user account. Right now I am logged in as the Dimalu user. So if you type whoami command, press enter, it displays the currently logged in user, which is Dimalu, which means currently I am operating my Linux system as the Dimalu user account. Now let's change the user account from Dimalu to something else. I'm gonna change my user account to dummy. right? Like I mentioned in previous videos, once you assign a password to a user account or to a newly created user account, then we can log in as that user account. So let's switch to this dummy user account that I created in previous videos. Sudo, the command for switching between users is su. Su stands for substitute user. Now substitute user command allows us to switch between users without logging out. So su space, okay, you don't have to use sudo with su command. So su space, now specify the user account name that you want to change to or switch to. I'm gonna switch to dummy. So specify the exact user account name that you want to switch to. Press enter. Now enter password that you have assigned to that user account. I'm gonna enter password for dummy and the password field is not visible, so press enter. As you can see guys, I have successfully switched from Dimalu to dummy. So to verify this, type who am I, press enter. As you can see, my currently logged in user is dummy. Remember, the user accounts that you create after installing the Linux, they are not administrative accounts. They are regular accounts with limited access to the system. A regular user account like dummy is a regular user account because it was created after the installation. A regular or normal user account has limited access to a system. It can't perform any administrative tasks like creating users or installing or removing applications, accessing system files, but it can perform regular tasks that a user performs on daily basis, like creating files, saving its files, and accessing internet. So let me actually demonstrate it to you. So I will attempt to perform an administrative task. So sudo apt install vlc, press enter password. As you can see, dummy is not in the sudoers file, which means the dummy user doesn't have authority to use the sudo command, which allows us to perform the administrative tasks. Okay, now let me try to execute administrative tools, which is fdisk -l, press enter. As you can see, permission denied, can't access the fdisk tool. The dummy user doesn't have authority or permission to access this tool. However, we can perform regular tasks as a normal user. Let me type ls. Now here I can create a directory. Let's say make directory sunny ls. As you can see, the directory sunny has been created. You can also create a file app.sh. This is a bash script. Let me save it, Ctrl+O, ls. So we have created a file and a directory. So a regular user is allowed to perform the regular tasks, not the administrative tasks. Now what I'm gonna do is log out of the dummy user. So type exit. It will exit the current session for the dummy user and it will take us to the main user account, which is Dimalu for me. So if I type who am I, as you can see, now I am logged in as the Dimalu. Now we can also use the su command with sudo like this, sudo su, and let me switch to dummy user account again. Now when you use the sudo command before su command, then it will directly log in as this user account. Okay, it will not ask for the password of the dummy user account. Okay, you will directly be logged in. Press enter. Now enter the password for your current user account. As you can see, now we were able to log in without entering the password of the dummy user account. Let's exit out of the dummy users session. Now let's see how we can directly log in as the dummy user account. In the previous video, I think I briefly mentioned that once you assign a password to a new user account, then we can directly log in as that user. So what I'm gonna do is restart my computer, then I will log in as the dummy user. So shutdown, type shutdown command -r stands for restart, and type now. Now option restarts your system immediately. Press enter. Now here, as you can see, in Kali Linux we have this log in window. Here type the username and type the password that you assigned to it. Remember guys, if you have not assigned password to a user account, then you will not be able to directly log in as that user. Okay, since I have assigned password to the dummy user, I'm gonna type that password and click on login. As you can see, I have logged in successfully. And if you are using other Linux distributions like Linux Mint, then you will get a different interface for the login. As you can see guys, here on Linux Mint, it displays all the user accounts like this. Okay, so if you want to log in as Sunny user account, then click on it. And here I also have the user account XP. So if I click on XP, as you can see, now I can log in as XP. Just enter the password assigned to it like this. Now click on this right arrow and you will be logged in. And of course you have to enter the correct password. Now in the Kali Linux, as you can see guys, if I open my terminal and type who am I am logged in as the dummy user account. And in the Linux Mint as well, I am logged in as who am I as the XP user accounts. That's how guys you can create user accounts as well as log in directly using those user accounts. Okay, now like I was saying earlier, a regular user allows us to perform non-administrative tasks. Now I can perfectly access a web browser or use multimedia, create files, save your own files, etc. So that's it for this video guys. In this video, we will learn how to completely delete user accounts from the system. The command used for removing users is userdel, which stands for user delete. The userdel command is used to remove user accounts and the process is quite simple. Now let's dive into the practicals. Removing user accounts is actually pretty simple. So what I'm gonna do is remove the user account dummy. Okay, so type sudo userdel. The command for removing user accounts from a system is userdel. It is short for user delete. Space. Now specify the user name that you want to remove. And of course guys, be careful when removing user accounts. Make sure that you do not end up removing your main user accounts. Okay, so I'm gonna remove this dummy user account. So yeah, this is as simple as that. Type userdel command, then user account name that you want to remove. Press enter. Okay, the command was a success. So let's check the home directory. As you can see guys, here in the home directory we still have the dummy user accounts home directory. Why is that? Well, the user dummy has actually been removed from the system. All we have left is its home directory. Okay, by default the userdel command doesn't remove its home directory where all its files are stored. So to verify this, let's check the passwd file, and as you can see, the dummy user account has been completely removed. It is not in the file. All we have left is its home directory. Now to remove the home directory, we have to use the simple rm command -r f home dummy. So specify path to the user account's home directory. In the home directory, we have a subdirectory called dummy, which is the home directory for for the dummy user account. So this rm command will remove this dummy directory, which is the home directory for the dummy user account. Press enter, and we have this permission denied error, and to fix this we have to use the sudo command ls home. As you can see, the home directory dummy has been removed from the home directory. Now if you want to remove the user account as well as its home directory, then we can use -r rf option with the user del command. First, let me again create the dummy user account so I can delete it. Press enter, ls, and we have the dummy user account, sudo user del user delete -rf. Now specify the user account name that you want to delete. Now this time the user del command not only is gonna remove the user account dummy, it will also remove its home directory. So -rf is gonna remove home directory. Press enter. If I check home directory, and it is no longer here. And if I check the etc directory, the passwd, it has removed from here as well. So guys, that's how you can basically remove user accounts from a system. Welcome back everyone. In this section we will learn about packages in Linux, including how to install, remove and update packages or software. In this particular video we will discuss what a package is, the difference between a package and an application, and what a .deb file is. We will be using the term package frequently throughout this section and beyond, so it is important to clarify its meaning. Alright, so what is a package in Linux? In Windows, we mostly use .exe files to install applications, right? We click the .exe file and the application gets installed. However, on Linux, it uses a concept called package to install, remove and maintain softwares. A package is essentially a group of files that make up a software application. A package contains all the necessary files required for installing and executing a software program successfully. Files included in a package typically include the application's code, libraries, dependencies, configuration files, and any other essential resources needed for the application to function properly. Now, most mid-size and large applications need more than just their code to function properly. They also need configuration files, dependencies, libraries, etc. When you consider all of the configuration files, source code, dependencies and libraries, it can add up to a lot of files, often reaching dozens or more. So to make installation and maintenance easier, a package combines all of the files needed for an application into a single file called package. In other words, a package puts everything together in a convenient location. Therefore, a package acts as a container where all the required files are stored in a single location. Application installer or package manager uses a package to install applications. When an application needs to be installed, the installer can easily find all the files it needs because they are in a one place within the package. Now, how does a package actually look like? Well, Ubuntu, Kali Linux and all Debian based Linux distributions use the .deb file format to package software. Software is packaged into a .deb file. .deb stands for Debian. A .deb file is a container that holds all the necessary files required for the installation and functioning of an application. As we discussed, this includes executable files, libraries, dependencies, and other essential resources needed to install the software. When you install an application such as Firefox from the terminal in Linux, the Linux first downloads the Firefox package, which contains the files necessary for Firefox's installation. The package manager then proceeds to install it. Each application is bundled in a package. The package is required to install the application. .deb format is used to manage software installations, uninstallations, and updates. Before concluding the video, let's learn the difference between a package and an application. An application or software refers to the actual software program that users can run, use, and interact with. Packages in Linux are used to simplify the installation, removal, and updating of applications on the system. In this video, we will talk about repositories in Linux. We will cover what repositories are and their types. Understanding repositories is essential for installing, uninstalling, and updating applications or packages in Linux. Linux allows us to install applications directly from the terminal, right? When you run a command to install an application, it first downloads the required files, then the application is installed automatically without your intervention. Now, an obvious question arises: where does Linux actually download applications from? Well, this is where repositories come into play. The applications are downloaded from the repositories. A repository is essentially a storage point where applications or packages are stored in a central location. A software repository is a collection of software that are available for installation on a Linux system. Applications are created by individuals and organizations, right? So traditionally, when you want to install an application, you typically have to visit the website, then download the application from there before installing it. This can be a time-consuming process. Linux simplifies it by storing applications in a single central location called a repository. This makes installing applications easier since everything is accessible in one place. Now, each developer or organization that wants to include their application in a repository must submit a file to the repository's maintainers or creators. For example, Kali Linux has its own repository. If a developer wants their application to be included in Kali Linux repository, they must submit a file to the repository's maintainer or Kali Linux. This file typically contains information about the application, such as its name, version, dependencies, source code, and other relevant details. If the maintainers approve the file or application, then it can be directly accessed from the repository. The repositories are created and maintained by creator of the operating system. Linux-based operating systems such as Ubuntu, CentOS, or Kali Linux have their own repositories. So when you attempt or try to install an application, whether through the terminal or GUI based software center, Linux searches for the requested application in the configured repositories. If the package is found there, it is downloaded and installed automatically without any further action on your part. You only need to initiate the process by typing the installation Redirection command. Linux repositories are stored on remote servers. When you install a package from a repository, Linux connects to the remote server and downloads the package from there. You can also create your own private or public repositories. There are several types of repositories in Linux. Let's take a look at some of the most important repositories type. The official or main repositories are created and maintained by the official creators of the operating system. These official repositories are considered reliable sources for software. They typically contain a wide range of packages. Packages in the official repositories are tested and approved by the creators of the operating system. The main repository contains entirely free softwares. The main packages fully comply with Debian free software guidelines and are fully supported. Third-party repositories are created and maintained by individuals or organizations. They are not affiliated with the official distribution team or operating system team. The official repositories have limitations. They can't provide and support all applications. This is where third-party repositories come in. They provide additional software that is not found in the official repositories, thus expanding the variety of applications you can install. Third-party repositories provides access to additional software that might not be fully free but is still usable within the Linux system. These are two most important types of repositories in Linux. And while other repositories are available, these two are the most widely used and contain the most software. In this video, we will learn what a package manager is, the different types of package managers available in Linux, and finally, we will focus on the apt package manager. There are two ways to install software packages or applications in Linux. You can either download the application from the website and install it manually, which can be a time-consuming process. Alternatively, you can automate the installation process significantly. This is precisely what a package manager does for us. A package manager is a software tool used on Linux systems to install, remove, maintain, and update software packages. In simpler terms, it handles and simplifies all aspects of managing applications, including their installation, uninstallation, and maintenance. For a moment, let's take a look at how applications are installed in the Windows operating system. Here is the process. First, you visit the website of the program that you want to install, then you download and install it manually, right? On the other hand, a package manager in Linux does all of this for you. We only need to tell it what you want to install and it will automatically download and install everything for you without any further intervention on your part. There are many package managers available in Linux. Ubuntu and Kali Linux use the apt package manager for managing software packages. Apt is the most popular package manager in Linux. It is the default package manager in Ubuntu and other Debian-based operating systems like Kali Linux or Linux Mint. The acronym apt stands for Advanced Packaging Tool. Apt is used for removing, installing, updating, upgrading, cleaning, and maintaining packages in Kali Linux. Although apt is the most commonly used package manager, there are also other package managers available in Linux, such as yum, rpm, and dnf. CentOS uses yum as its default package manager. Each package manager has its own strengths and weaknesses, so choosing one that fits your needs is important. However, most package managers share similar usage patterns. In this course, we will leverage the powerful apt package manager for maintaining packages. So that's it for this video. In the previous video, we discussed what repositories are. In this video, we will learn how Linux connects to repositories and also understand the sources.list file. When you attempt to install a package through the terminal, Linux first needs to establish a connection with the repositories. Once it has connected, it can then proceed to download the requested package and install it. Now, how does Linux know where to find repositories or which repositories it should connect to? Obviously, it does not connect to random repositories. Well, repositories are configured and specified within a file called sources.list. It is a configuration text file that stores the locations or URLs of the repositories from which Linux can download packages. Linux only connects to the repositories that are explicitly listed within the sources.list file. So when you run the command to install a package, Linux first checks the sources.list file to find the repositories that are configured in the sources.list file. It then establishes a connection to the repository or server, and if the package is available in the repository, it is downloaded and eventually installed. Remember, only Debian-based Linux distributions configure repositories in sources.list file. Now let me practically show you what the sources.list file looks like. The sources.list file is located inside the apt directory. So type cd/etc/apt. This is the full path to the apt directory. Press enter. ls. Here, as you can see, we have sources.list file. Let's check its contents. I'm gonna open sources.list with Nano. Press enter. As you can see, guys, this is the sources.list file where Kali Linux configures all its repositories. We have different lines here. The most important line is this. Let me break this down. The first part is DEB. DEB stands for Debian. It basically tells us that it is a Debian based repository. Then we have this link. Now this link is basically the link to the server where the repositories are configured. So when you attempt to install a new package or update something, Kali Linux connects to this link or server. Then we have these space separated names, right? Now these are basically the different repositories configured at this location. Now what I'm gonna do is open this link to verify whether this link is valid or not. So right click on it, let me copy selection. I'm gonna open it in my Chrome, paste the link. Here, as you can see, guys, this link is indeed valid and working. Now here Kali Linux has configured the repositories that it has mentioned or specified here. So what I'm gonna do is double click on pool. Now inside the pool, as you can see, we have the repositories that are configured here. We have contrib, main, non-free, non-firmware. The same repositories are configured here: main, contrib, non-free, etc. Now these are all separate repositories. In these directories or repositories, there are thousands of packages. Kali Linux has organized the packages into these repositories or directories. Each repository has its own separate directory where they store their own packages. So let me open let's say main repository. Now inside the main repository there are thousands of packages. Now let me scroll to the bottom and click on W. Now inside the W directory, it has stored all the packages that start with W. Now if I scroll to the bottom, I think there should be Wireshark somewhere here. You know what, let me quickly search for Wireshark. As you can see, guys, here is the package Wireshark. So let me click on it. Here are the files for the package Wireshark. Similarly, all other repositories like non-free, contrib also has their own packages stored in them. So whenever you attempt to install a new package, Kali Linux basically connects to this server. Then it checks whether the requested package is present in all these configured repositories. If it is present in the repositories, then it will be automatically downloaded and installed. In this video, we will cover the update command. The update command is often misunderstood. Its name might suggest that it directly updates your softwares or packages, but it actually functions a little differently. So let me type the command sudo apt update. As we discussed in the previous video, apt is the package manager used to update, install and remove packages. In this command, the update parameter specifically updates the list of available packages. It checks if new updates are available for the packages. It is equivalent to the feature on Windows where you check the update button to check if a new version for the software is available or not. However, the update command does this for all the packages in repositories. It goes through all the repositories specified in the Sources.list file and then checks if a new version of each package is available. If a newer version is available, it downloads the package metadata and saves it on the system. Now, metadata or package metadata is essentially information about the package. Metadata basically contains information about a package such as package name, size, current version, dependencies, and source code, location, etc. There is separate metadata for each package. So the update command downloads the metadata of each package that has an update available. I will show you practically where the update command downloads the metadata and what it looks like in a minute. Let's say the current version of Firefox is 9.0 and a new version 91.0 gets released. So when you execute the update command, it downloads the latest metadata for Firefox and all other packages that have been updated and stores that metadata on your system. Now, why does a system need the package information or package metadata? Well, a package manager depends on this information to update, maintain and install packages. For example, if you want to install Firefox using the apt package manager, then the apt needs some basic information about Firefox such as package name, size, where to download the required files. All this information must be available on your system before apt can proceed to download. The update command exactly addresses this. It downloads the latest package information and saves it on the system. Then the apt package manager uses this information to download the package when you instruct it to install it. Eventually, the package gets installed. Now, a package manager needs this information for installing, updating, and maintaining packages. Now, let me quickly run the update command. Press enter, provide your password, and let the update command finish. Now, once the update command finishes, we need to change directory to the lists. So type cd /var /libapt/lists. Press enter. Now let me execute ls. As you can see, guys, inside the lists directory or at this location, Kali Linux stores a metadata that the update command downloads. We have two types of files here. The files with white color are the regular text files, and files with the .lg4 extension are the compressed files. They are compressed using the lg4 compression algorithm. Now, all the configured repositories store their metadata in a separate file. Right here we have different text files, right? We have contrib file, then we have file for main repository, then we have non-free firmware file, and then we have non-free binary AMD64. So metadata of each repository is stored in a separate file. Now let me check contents of one of these files to see what the metadata looks like. So let me copy, let's say, this file, and I'm gonna view its contents, cat, paste the file name, press enter. Now this is a huge file. It has metadata for thousands of packages, so it is gonna take some time for cat command to print all its contents. Now guys, this is how the metadata for packages looks like. This is the format used for storing the metadata. Here we have the package name, then its current version, installed size, maintainer means the developer of the package. Then here depends means the dependencies that the package need to function. So when you install, let's say, this package, then the apt is going to download these dependencies as well. And here is the file name where the files for the package can be downloaded from. So guys, that's how the metadata for each package is stored. This is the format that is followed to store the information of metadata. And in this file there are thousands of packages, as you can see. Let me actually check the size of files. As you can see guys, we have files with 75 megabytes size, right? These files stores metadata for thousands of packages. So guys, that's how the update command works. When you run the update command, the apt package manager connects to the repositories that are configured in your sources.list file. It then downloads the updated lists of packages from the repositories and saves them in all these different files. Like I said, each repository stores its own metadata in a separate file. That's it for this video guys. In this video, we will learn about the upgrade command. The update and upgrade commands work together to keep your Linux system up to date. Now, before installing a new package or upgrading existing packages, you should always run the update command first, because this will make sure that your system has the information of the latest packages. It is very important. Then based on the information that the update command downloads, the upgrade command is going to upgrade the packages that have new versions available. So again guys, before installing a new package or upgrading your system, you should always run the update command. Now let me quickly run the update command, then we will run upgrade as well. So type sudo update apt update, press enter, provide your password, and let the update command finish. Now the update command is complete. As you can see at the bottom, we have a message: 21 packages can be upgraded. Run apt list upgradable to see them. So what I'm gonna do is copy this command and paste it here. Press Ctrl plus Shift plus V. Now this command is going to list or display all the packages that can be upgraded. Press enter. As you can see guys, these are the packages that have new versions available. They can be upgraded. Now to upgrade the packages, type sudo apt upgrade, press enter, and let me scroll up a little. Now here, as you can see, upgrading. So upgrade command is going to upgrade all these listed packages. These are the packages that have new versions available. Now to proceed with the upgradation, let me scroll down. Here we have the summary. Upgrading 20, download size 115 megabytes. It needs to download 115 megabytes of data. So type Y is for yes if you want to upgrade, and if you don't want to upgrade, then type N. It will abort the process. So type Y, press enter, and it will start upgrading the listed packages. So let the upgrade command finish. As you can see guys, the upgrade command is complete. It has successfully upgraded the packages. So that's how guys you can basically use update and upgrade commands together to keep your system up to date. In this video, we will finally learn how to install packages or applications from the terminal. It is actually easy. Type sudo. Now, before actually installing a new application, we should always run the apt update command. It will update your local repositories, which will help the package manager to download the latest possible version of the application that you are downloading, as we discussed in the previous video. So let me quickly run the update command. So type apt update. It will update your local database. Press enter. Let the update command finish. Now the update command is complete. We are good to go. Now we can proceed with installation. So type sudo apt. The apt, as we discussed in the previous video, allows us to install, remove and update packages. So after apt, type install. Install parameter allows us to specify name of the package or application that you want to install. I'm gonna install let's say VLC. So type the name of the package that you want to install. So this command is going to install the specified package VLC. Remember guys, apt will only be able to install the specified package if it is available in the repositories. Now press enter, provide your password. Let me scroll up a little, and here these are the dependencies that apt is going to install, because VLC needs all these dependencies to function properly. Now scroll to the bottom. Here we have this prompt, continue. If you want to continue or proceed with installation, then we need to type Y is for yes, N is for no. I'm gonna proceed with installation. So type Y, press enter, and it will take a few seconds or probably a minute to complete the downloading and installation. Alright, the installation is complete. Now let's verify whether the VLC has been installed or not. Type VLC, press enter. As you can see guys, VLC is up and running. So installation was successful. Similarly, you can install any other package or application that you want. Let me install another application. Type sudo. The steps remain same. Type apt install. After install, specify name of the package that you want to install. I'm going to install htop. Htop is basically a system monitoring tool. Press enter, and the installation is almost complete. As you can see, installation is complete. Now type htop to verify its installation. Press enter. As you can see guys, this is the htop. We are inside htop, and at the bottom it is displaying all the running processes on my system, and in the top half it is displaying the system resources being consumed, like RAM, processor, etc. Now press Q to exit out of the htop. So guys, that's how you can basically install the applications. The syntax for installing every application is same. After install, parameter specify name of the package or application that you want to install, and If the specified package is available in the repositories, then the package will be installed. Thank you very much, guys. In this video, we are gonna learn how to remove or uninstall packages from terminal. So type sudo space. The tool for removing packages is apt, the same tool that we used for installing applications. After apt, type remove. Now specify a name of the package or application that you want to remove. I'm gonna remove VLC. So apt is going to remove the specified package VLC. Press enter, provide your password, and here, as you can see, removing the package name VLC. Type N if you don't want to continue uninstallation, and if you want to proceed with uninstallation, type Y, press enter, and it will uninstall the package. As you can see, it has been uninstalled. Now guys, after executing the remove command, we need to execute the auto remove command. Let me type apt auto remove. Now what happens is that the remove command only removes the main executable file. It does not remove the dependencies that were installed with a package. It basically removes the dependencies that are no longer required. So press enter, and if I scroll up, as you can see guys, it is gonna remove all these dependencies that were installed with VLC. Now type Y to proceed with uninstallation. It will complete the uninstallation. Now as you can see, command has been executed successfully. Now let's verify whether VLC is still there or not. So type VLC. As you can see guys, VLC is no longer showing up. It has been removed successfully. Similarly, you can remove any application or installed package that you want. Just specify name of the installed package after the remove, then it will remove that package. So thank you very much guys, that's it for this video. In this video, we are going to look at the ip-addr command. This is a very important command for administrators and you will be using it a lot. So what is it? The ip-addr command is used to display information about the network interfaces such as Ethernet or wireless network adapter on your computer. It provides network details like IP address assigned to each interface, network masks, MAC address and other network related details. By using this command, you can easily check and manage your network settings. Now let's jump into the practicals. Type IP space addr space show. Now the ip-addr command with show parameter displays all the installed network interfaces on your system. So press enter. As you can see guys, these are the installed network interfaces along with their configurations. The first interface that we have is the LO. LO stands for loop back. It is up and running. The loop back is also known as the localhost. This is the address for the loop back. Now loop back is not a physical network interface, right? It is a virtual interface. You can't use the loop back for connecting to a network. The loop back points to your own system. It can't communicate with external networks. The loop back is not that important for now. I will get back to loop back when we will set up the Apache web server. Now the most important part for us is this ETH0. The Ethernet network interface is represented by the ETH0 in Kali Linux. I'm connected to my network using Ethernet. So under the Ethernet, I have all the network configuration details. As you can see, this is the IPv4 address. INET essentially means IP address. BRT is short for broadcast address. This is the broadcast address. And here we have the MAC address. The MAC address is known by different names such as Ether, link or hardware address. So this is the MAC address, and down here we have the IPv6 address as well. Now here we don't have the details for wireless card or wireless interface, right? This is because a virtual machine can't access the built-in wireless card because it is already being used by your main operating system or your host operating system. But if you connect an external wireless card, then that will be listed here. A wireless card is represented by WLAN 0. So if or when you connect an external card, then ipaddr command will display that card as well under the name WLAN 0. You will see something like WLAN 0 in this list of interfaces. Now, the show parameter is not mandatory if you only want to list the installed network interfaces. So just type ipaddr, IP space addr, then it will print all the network interfaces along with their configuration details. And instead of using addr, we can use its shorthand, which is A. So IP space A, press enter. As you can see, it is producing the same result as the last command, which was this. So IPA, A is the shorthand for addr. In this video, we will learn how to enable and disable network interfaces. First, let me explain why you might need to disable and enable your network interfaces. There are many reasons why you might need to disable your network interfaces in Linux, such as troubleshooting network problems, spoofing your MAC address, security reasons, and system maintenance, etc. So it is important that you know how it is actually done. Now let's jump into the practicals. First, let me list all my interfaces. I want to disable this interface Ethernet. Okay, so type IP space link. Link essentially refers to a network interface. We have to tell the IP command the interface name that you want to disable. So space set. Now set parameter allows us to modify or change state of a network interface, or you can also say it allows us to change properties of a network interface. After set, type the name of your network interface that you want to disable. I want to disable Ethernet, which is represented by ETH0. Now type down. So I am essentially telling the IP command that disable the link or network interface Ethernet. So set property is going to change the state of my network interface to down. It will essentially disable this specified network interface. So let me hit enter, and of course operation not permitted. We need the permission of mighty sudo. So type sudo at the beginning, press enter, provide your password. As you can see guys, the command has been executed successfully. As you can see, I have been disconnected from my network because I have disabled my network interface. Let me check my list of interfaces. As you can see guys, Ethernet interface is down. The state of interface Ethernet is down because it has been disabled. When you disable a network interface, you can't use it for anything. You can't use it to connect to your network. That's why I have been disconnected from my network. Now I want to enable my Ethernet network interface. The command is pretty much same. Sudo IP link set ETH0. Now specify the option up. This time the IP command is going to enable the interface Ethernet. Just provide the up option, press enter. Now as you can see, I am connected to my network again, and if I check the list of interfaces, as you can see guys, the interface is up and running again, and of course it is connected to the network. So here I have the details for this Ethernet network interface. So that's it for this video guys. Thank you very much for watching. In this video, we will learn about the ping command. Ping is one of the most commonly used commands in Linux networking. It is pre-installed on all three major operating systems, Windows, Mac OS and Linux. Ping is a simple yet very important command. It is a network connectivity tool used to check network connectivity and troubleshoot issues. Let's say you are experiencing problems related to your internet connection. In such situations, you can use ping command to determine whether your internet connection is working or not. Ping can also be used to check websites. If you are having trouble accessing a website, you can use ping to verify whether the website or server is up and running. Now let's jump into the practicals. Type ping space and we need to provide an IP address or a domain name to the ping command. So let me specify, let's say google.com. The way ping command works is it essentially sends ICMP packets to the specified host or destination and then waits for a response from the specified host. Let me press enter. By default, the ping command keeps running forever. You have to stop it manually. So to stop the ping command, press Ctrl+C together, and at the bottom we have the statistics for the connection. 14 packets transmitted. It means my system sent 14 packets to the google.com and 14 received. It means all the packets that ping sent to the Google responded to all those 14 packets. Now it proves two things. One, my internet connection is working, because in order to send packets out on the internet, you need to have a working internet connection. It also proves that Google is up and running because it responded to the packets which were sent by ping. So both systems communicated successfully over the internet. Now as we saw, the default ping command sends unlimited packets. Now let's do some customization. I only want to send a limited number of packets. So type ping -c 5 google.com. This time ping is only going to send 5 packets or whatever number you specify after the -c parameter. So let me press enter. As you can see, it sent 5 packets and received all those 5 packets. So guys, that's how you can check your internet connectivity. If your system is able to send packets out in the internet, it means that your internet connection is working just fine. And of course, if it receives packets from the host that you provide to ping command, it also means that the host that you are connecting to is also up and running. Now if your internet connection is not working, then you will see messages or error messages like this: temporary failure in the name resolution. Remember, this message can also appear if you provide a wrong host name or domain name that doesn't exist. This is the typical error message when your internet is not working. Now let's say if the host that you are connecting is not up and running, then in the statistics section you will see something like 0 packets received. It means that the host is not up and running. Or there could be another reason. Maybe the host that you are connecting to or pinging to has blocked the ICMP packets. The common response, if host is not up and running or is down, you will see the 0 packets received. In this section, we will be learning about regular expressions. Regular expressions are extremely important for efficiently processing text data. They are also commonly known as regex. Regular expressions are widely used across most programming languages, including Linux. The syntax is largely the same across different platforms or languages. This means what you learn here will not just apply to Linux or Bash. It can also be used in languages like Python, JavaScript. Therefore, this section is going to be very valuable. So what is a regular expression? It is a powerful tool for searching, matching, and extracting text. It allows us to define complex search patterns to find exactly what we are looking for. For example, if you have a file with thousands of lines of text that also contains email addresses and you want to extract all emails from it. Now, manually searching for each email in a large file is obviously a very complicated and time-consuming task. This is exactly the kind of problem regular expressions are designed to solve. You can create a regular expression to match email addresses or any other pattern like phone numbers, names, or file extensions. With regular expressions, you define a pattern that matches the structure of the data you are looking for. Regular expression engine then scans the file and returns all matches that fit the defined pattern. From the next video onwards, we will start the practicals on regular expressions. In this video, we will cover metacharacters. Especially, we will focus on how to use the dot metacharacter. A metacharacter is a special character that carries a specific meaning in regular expressions. It is used to define search criteria and match patterns in text. There are several types of metacharacters, including asterisk, dot, square brackets, plus, pipe, caret, and more. However, in this particular video, we will focus solely on the dot metacharacter. The dot metacharacter represents any single character, whether it is a letter, number, space, or special characters. This makes it a powerful tool for pattern matching in text. Now let's dive into the practicals. I will be demonstrating the regular expressions with different tools like awk, sed, grep. These are the top text processing tools. I will be demonstrating the regular expressions not only with these tools, also with other major text processing tools throughout this course. Now, grep is the best pattern matching tool. So most of the times you will be using regular expressions with the grep. So let's dive into the practicals. I have created this regex.txt file to demonstrate the regular expressions. So let's get out its contents. As you can see, this is some custom content that I saved in this file. If you want to follow along, you can pause the video and note down the same content. Now let's get back to the practicals. So type grep c.t, specify the file name where you want to match this pattern. For me, it is this regex.txt. Now, this grep command is going to match all the words that start with C and end with T. So first character must be C and the last character must be T. However, in the middle, we have specified this dot, the dot metacharacter. The dot metacharacter represents any single character. One dot represents any single character. It means in the middle, it can be anything. It can be a letter, a digit, or a special character. If I press enter, as you can see, if you notice, one common thing among all the matches is that the first character is C, last is T, but in the middle we have a variety of characters. We have lowercase letter, we also have a number, we have special character as well. So the dot meta character represents any single character. It can be a number, a letter, or a special character. It matches any single character. So type grep again. Let's say C dot T. Now what do you think will the output be this time? This time I'm telling grep that first character must be C, the last must be T, but the two character in the middle, they can be anything. So press enter. As you can see guys, first character among all the matches is C, the last is T, but middle two characters can be anything. So we have a variety of characters in the middle. Let's try one more example. Dot T. Now this time I'm telling grep that first character can be anything. Since I have specified dot, so first character can be anything. The second character can also be anything, but the last character must be T. Press enter. As you can see guys, here we have the matches. Among all the matches, first two characters are different, but the last character is always T, right? And we can narrow down this by matching the standalone words. Type hyphen W, press enter. As you can see guys, the first two characters can be anything, right? But the last character in all these matches is T. So that's what this regex says. So grep again CA dot T. This time grep is going to match this pattern. The first two characters must be CA, the third character can be anything, and the last character must be T. Okay, we do not have any such match. Let's say O, and we do have a few matches. Here as you can see, first two characters in all the matches are CO, right? CO. But middle character is different. In the first match we have A, second match we have O, and the last character in all these matches is T. So that's how guys the dot character, meta character works. It represents or matches any single character. In this video we will take a look at the character class. A character class in regular expressions allows you to define a group or range of characters you want to find or match. It helps you to specify exactly which characters should be considered a match. A character class is also known as a character set or character range. It lets you match specific characters or a range of characters within square brackets. A character class is defined by placing characters inside square brackets. Now let's dive into the practicals. Type grep square brackets. Now the square brackets are used to define the character set or the character class. Inside the square brackets you can write the individual characters or a range that you want to match. Let's start with a range. We can specify a single range or multiple ranges. So 0 to 9, let's specify the file name. Now a character set matches any single character. Here we have specified the numeric range 0 to 9. So it will match at least one digit or number. Grep command is gonna print all the lines that contain at least one digit. So press enter. As you can see, it has printed all the lines that contain at least one digit, right? Like I was saying, a single character set only matches one digit, but here we have multiple matches of digits in most of the lines, right? Here we have to understand how the grep works. So when grep finds this first character, which is 1, since this character is a digit, so it is considered a match. Now the grep does not stop here. After finding the first match, then it moves to the next character. Since it is also a digit, So it is considered a match. Then it moves to the next. It is also a digit. After that we have dot. Dot is not a digit, so it is not a match. As you can see, since dot is part of this line, so it is being displayed here. So that's how the grep works. So it matches at least one digit, as we can see in the second line. Now what happens if we write two character sets like this, 0 to 9? Now it will match two consecutive digits, or two digits that are in a row. Press enter. As you can see here, it is matching two digits that are in a row, or two consecutive digits, right? Here in this line we have first two digits, then we have another pair of digits. We can make this search standalone. Now as you can see, it is matching exactly two digits in a row. So if you want to match maybe three digits in a row, then we have to define another character set. There is an efficient way to achieve the same thing that we will cover in the next video. For now, let's understand the character set deeply. A to Z. Now it will match at least one lowercase letter, because we have specified the range A to Z. So it will match any single lowercase letter. That single character can be anything from A to Z, as you can see. Now let's see how we can specify individual characters. C character set T. Now let's specify individual characters A, I, O. This time I'm telling grep that the first character must be C, last character must be T. However, the middle character can be anything. It can be A, O, I, and O. Press enter. As you can see, it has matched A, which is specified here in the character set. We have O, which is also being specified in the character set, right? So this command is going to match all the words that start with C and end with T, but in the middle it can be any of these characters. We can also utilize range here from 0 to 9. Now this time the grep will match all the words that start with C and end with T, but in the middle it can be A, I, O, or a number. Number from 0 to 9. Any number from 0 to 9. Press enter. As you can see, guys. Now we can use multiple ranges as well. A to Z, uppercase A to Z, lowercase a to Z. This time the grep is gonna match any single character. It can be any lowercase letter, any uppercase letter, or a number. Number. As you can see, guys, it has matched everything except for the special characters like a $, hyphen. We can also specify these as well, like this, hyphen, /. Now let's say you want to match a word that is 3 characters long. Then we can write A to Z character set, A to Z, A to Z. Now this time grep command is going to display all the words that are 3 characters long. Okay, it will match 3 consecutive lowercase letters. Okay, press enter. As you can see, let's make it a standalone search. As you can see, it is matching all the words that are 3 characters long. Now what if you want to match a word that is like 10 characters long? Then we have to define 10 separate character sets, which is very inefficient. Now how to solve this efficiently, that will be covered in the next video. In this video, we will learn about quantifiers and how they can be used efficiently to perform advanced pattern matching. Quantifiers are a fundamental building block of regular expressions. Quantifiers in regular expressions are symbols that let you specify how many times a character or character class should be matched. There are several types of quantifiers such as plus, asterisk, question mark and curly braces. In this video we will focus on the curly braces quantifier. The curly braces quantifier allows us to precisely match a specific number of occurrences of the preceding character or character class. For example, if you want to match exactly 3 digits in a row or consecutively, you can use the curly braces quantifier. Now let's dive into the practicals. We are gonna continue where we left off in the previous video's practical, where we were trying to match consecutive characters, right? Let's say I want to match 3 consecutive digits. Then we have to write 3 separate character classes like this 0 to 9. Now this command will match 3 consecutive digits or 3 digits in a row. Press enter, as you can see. Now here we have a very obvious problem, right? And now let's say I want to match a phone number that is 10 digits long. Then we have to write 10 different character classes like this, which is obviously very inefficient and it will also clutter your entire command. Now this is exactly what the quantifier curly brackets solves efficiently. All you have to do, after the range, type curly brackets and put in a number 3. Now it will match 3 consecutive numbers. So the syntax is this. First specify a range, then after that immediately write the quantifier curly brackets and put in a number. Since we have 3 here, it will match 3 consecutive numbers. It is same as this. It will match 3 consecutive numbers. Let's press enter, and we do not have any error or output. This is because the default grep command uses basic regular expressions. Now to enable advanced pattern matching like quantifiers, then we have to use either Perl based regular expressions or extended regular expressions. Okay, they enable the advanced functionalities like all types of quantifiers. Now your question must be, which one should you use? Well, it is totally up to you, but the Perl based regular expression engine is more advanced, right? It supports almost all the advanced pattern matching features that you can think of. So to enable Perl based regular expressions, type hyphen and uppercase P. Now we should get the result. Okay, sorry, it is uppercase P. Press enter. As you can see guys, now we have the exact match. So this quantifier is matching 3 consecutive numbers. So let's make this number let's say 5. Now it is matching 5 consecutive numbers. Here we have a number that is being matched which is longer than 5. This is because the length of this number is 10. So we have 5 consecutive numbers in 2 pairs. But if I make this search as standalone, then yeah, it will only match the numbers where we have 5 consecutive numbers. Now let's match characters A to Z. What does this mean? Now it means it will match 5 consecutive lowercase letters, and since we have specified hyphen W, it will match standalone 5 consecutive letters. As you can see, we have 5 consecutive lowercase characters. Now let's match a number using this quantifier. In this file, as you can see, I have this number stored in a specific format. We have 3 digits, then hyphen, 3 digits, hyphen, and then we have 4 digits. So I want to match phone numbers that are stored in this format. It is actually simple. Grep 0 to 9, 3 consecutive 0 to 9s, then we have hyphen, right? After 3 consecutive numbers we have hyphen, then again 0 to 9, then we have 3 consecutive numbers, then we have hyphen, and then we have 0 to 9 and 4 consecutive numbers, right? File name, and don't forget to include uppercase P. Press enter. As you can see guys, it has exactly matched this number, right? Here we have first 3 digits, so this part matches the first 3 digits. Then we have hyphen, so here also we have specified hyphen, so it matches hyphen. Then we have 3 consecutive digits again, so it matches 3 consecutive digits. Then we have hyphen, so here we have 4 consecutive digits, so here we have specified 4 consecutive digits, so it matches this phone number. And now the curly braces quantifiers is very flexible. We can also specify ranges, for example 3 to 5. Regex, press enter. Okay, do not forget uppercase P. Now what basically it means is here we have specified 2 numbers in the curly braces quantifier. It means it will match minimum 3 consecutive numbers and maximum 5 consecutive numbers. So we have basically specified a range, so it will match 3, 4 and 5 consecutive numbers from 3 to 5. As you can see, it has matched 3 consecutive numbers. Here it is matching 4 consecutive, 5 consecutive numbers, and here it is matching 4 consecutive numbers. So that's how you can specify a range like this. Now it will match at least 3 consecutive numbers and maximum 6 consecutive numbers. So it will match 3, 4, 5 and 6 consecutive numbers. Now the quantifiers can be used not just with the ranges. We can also use with the individual characters like this. A3 means it will match if A is appearing 3 times consecutively. We do not have such match. Let's say 1, let's say 2. Now as you can see, we only have one such word where we have 2 consecutive A's. Okay, now let's specify a range 1 and 2. It means there should be at least 1 A and maximum A's can be 2. So it will match all the words where it finds at least 1 A and maximum A's can be 2. As you can see, in these lines we have at least 1 A, but here we have 2 A's. This is the range. So that's how the range in curly braces quantifier works. Welcome back everyone. In this section we will learn about the sed command. It is a must-know tool for system administrators and anyone working with text files in Linux. In this quick video I am going to introduce you to sed command, what it is and some of its important features. Sed is short for stream editor. It is an extremely powerful and versatile command. It is primarily used for searching and replacing text in files, especially plain text files. It makes these tasks quick, easy and highly flexible. For example, if you want to replace the word admin with root in a file, you can use the sed command to automate that task. Even though the search and replace is its most common function, sed also supports other important operations like deleting, printing, modifying and inserting content, all with pinpoint precision. Sed is widely used in text processing, automations and system administration tasks. From the next video onward, we will start learning sed practically. This is the first practical video on the sed command. In this video, we will learn the fundamentals and syntax of the sed command. So open your terminal and let's get started. I have created these dummy files to demonstrate the sed command. More specifically, I will be using this dummy.txt file mostly to demonstrate the sed command. Let's get out its contents. This way it will be easier to explain the output of sed later. Now what I basically want is I want to replace the word root, as you can see, the word root with admin in this file. So let's see how we can do this with the help of sed. Type sed space single quotes. Now quotes are extremely important. All the options must be specified within the quotes, excluding the file name. Now first thing that we need to specify is the operation type. So type S stands for substitution. Substitution operation allows us to replace the patterns or words. Now after s /, now we need to specify the pattern or word what you want to substitute. I want to substitute the word root, so type root. Now after / we need to specify what you want to replace the root with. I want to replace root with let's say admin in uppercase for a better visibility. Space. Now specify the file name where you want to perform this search and replace or substitution operation. I want to perform this on this file dummy.txt. So specify the exact file name. So sed command is going to substitute the word root with admin in this dummy.txt file. Press enter and we have our first error, and I did this intentionally because this is the most common error that beginners make at the beginning. The error says unterminated s command. Now to fix this error, type / after the replacement term like this. The / at the end is used to terminate the replacement pattern, because without the / at the end, sed doesn't know where the replacement word or pattern ends. Okay, so this should fix the error. Press enter. As you can see, we have the output. Now the word root, as you can see, has been replaced by admin in the second line. The root has been replaced by admin in fourth line as well. Root has been replaced by admin. However, we still have the word root appearing here multiple times, almost in each line. Now here we need to understand how the sed command works. By default, the sed command only replaces the first match in each line. So when it finds the first match in a line, it replaces it, then automatically moves to the next line. It doesn't check the remaining line. Okay, it automatically moves to the next line once it finds a match. That's why we have the word root here. The word root is appearing second time, but the sed only replaced the first match. That's how the sed command works by default. Now if you want to replace all the matches, then we need to specify the G option at the end. G in lowercase. G stands for global. Now global option matches all the options, all the matches in each line. Okay, now after global you don't need to write the /. Okay, now dummy.txt, and this / is basically used to separate one item from another. As you can see, press enter. Now as you can see, the word root has been replaced by admin in each line. Okay, not just the first match, it has replaced everything. As you can see at line number 3, admin, so, right, the root has been replaced by admin. However, we still have the root here, right? At line number 1 we have root. In the second line from the bottom, here we also have the root word. If you notice, guys, these two root, they start with uppercase R, and here we have specified the search term in lowercase r. So by default, the sed is a case sensitive command. It means the lowercase and uppercase letters are different to the sed command. They are not treated same. Now, if you want to ignore the case sensitivity, then we have to provide I option. I basically ignores the case sensitivity. This time the sed command is going to replace the word root, whether it is in lowercase or uppercase letters. It will replace everything. Since we are using the global option, it will replace everything, all the matches throughout the file. Press enter. Now, as you can see, the word root has been replaced by admin everywhere, whether it is in lowercase or uppercase, because we are using the case sensitivity option. I means it will ignore the case sensitivity. Now before I wrap up this video, I almost forgot. Let's get out the contents of the dummy.txt file where we performed this search and replace operation. Press enter. But here, as you can see, guys, the original file is still intact, right? Even though we performed this substitution operation, but original file hasn't been changed or modified. This is because the sed command by default doesn't actually change or modify the file's content. It takes the contents of the provided file and displays the changes in the terminal. It doesn't actually modify the content. Now, if you actually want to modify the actual file, then it will be explained in a dedicated video later. By default, the sed command doesn't modify the original file. It only displays the changes in the terminal, as we saw in the previous video, right? In this lesson, we will learn how to safely edit or modify files using sed command. You have to be careful with search and replace operations because you might accidentally change something unintended. So always proceed with caution when modifying actual file contents. Now let's dive into the practicals. First thing that you should always do before modifying contents of a file using the sed command is create a copy of the file that you want to modify. I'm gonna modify this dummy.txt file. So let's create a copy or backup of this file. Cp dummy.txt space dummy bk backup.txt. So I'm telling the copy command that create a copy of this dummy.txt file under this new file name dummy bk.txt. So copy command is going to copy this file under this new name. Press enter, ls. So we have successfully copied this dummy.txt file, right? Now let's actually write the sed command. Sed, the operation is going to be the substitute / I'm gonna substitute or replace the word root with the admin in uppercase / g and I. G is for global. It will replace all the matches, and I ignores the case sensitivity as we discussed in the previous video. And this operation will take place in this dummy.txt file. So specify the exact file name. Now the most important part is we need to specify -i option to actually modify contents. -i stands for in place. -i actually replaces the contents of a file. It will replace or modify this file, and root will be replaced by admin. Okay, so use -i if you want to actually modify contents. So press enter. Now let's get out contents of dummy.txt. As you can see guys, we actually have replaced the root with admin. We have admin everywhere. Now another way to safely perform search and replace is we can, let me first write the command. This time I'm gonna replace the word admin with a root, and file is going to be dummy.txt. Now I will redirect the output of this operation to a file, modified file.txt. So here this time we are not using the -i option. So what I'm doing is the set command is first going to take contents of this dummy.txt file, then change the contents, and then we are using the output redirection operator, then redirect or save the modified contents to this specified file name. So this way we are not changing the contents of the actual file, but we are creating a new file where the modified contents will be saved or redirected, right? Press enter. ls, let's get out contents of this modified file. As you can see guys, the word admin has been replaced by root. In this video, we will learn how to replace or modify a specific line or range of lines in a file using the sed command. By default, sed replaces all the matches on every line of a file, right? But that's not always what we want. In fact, in most cases, we only want to replace or modify content on a specific line or range of lines, right? Now let's dive into the practicals. Let me get out contents of dummy.txt file. By default, as we have already seen in the previous videos, the sed command replaces matches in each line, right? But this time I only want to perform substitution operation in line number, let's say 2. Okay, I want to replace the word root at line number 2. So type sed space. Now type the exact line number where you want to perform the search and replace operation. For me it is 2. S is for substitution. Root, I'm gonna replace root with admin, and I will ignore the case sensitivity. Now specify the file name dummy.txt. So guys, this time as you can notice, before s I have specified the line number. That's the syntax. So if you want to perform search and replace operation at a specific line, then before the substitution we have to specify the exact line number. So this time operation will be performed only in this specified line number 2 or whatever number you put in here. Press enter. As you can see guys, in the first line root is still intact, it did not replace this, but in the second line the word root has been replaced by admin, right? This is because we specified the line number 2. I am explicitly telling sed command that only perform search and replace operation in line number 2. So it replaced the first match. And of course, if you want to replace all the matches at line number 2, just specify G global option, press enter. Now at line number 2, the word root has been replaced by admin everywhere or throughout this line, right? Now we can also use ranges. Okay, ranges means I want to replace the root with admin from line number 1 to 3. Okay, it is simple, 1, 3. So we have specified the range here. So specify the beginning and end, and it must be separated by a comma. This time sed command is going to replace the word root with admin from line number 1 to 3. That's how you specify the range. Press enter. As you can see guys, notice the first 3 lines. It has replaced the root with admin in the first 3 lines, because this is the range that we provided here. After the line 3, nothing has been changed or modified, right? And of course guys, if you actually want to modify the contents of the file, then use -i option at the beginning. That's pretty much it for this video guys. In this video, we will continue from where we left off in the previous video. In that video, we learned how to replace a matching word or pattern on a specific line, right? Now, we will learn how to replace a specific occurrence of a word within a line. For example, if you want to replace the second occurrence of a word on line number 4, the sed command can do that. You just need to specify which occurrence to target. Now let's dive into the practicals. Let me get out the contents of dummy.txt file along with their line numbers. In the previous video, we performed the substitution operation on a specific line or a range of lines, right? Now, this time I want to perform the substitution operation on a specific occurrence. For example, at line number 2, here as you can see, we have the word root appearing 3 times. Now, I want to replace the last occurrence or match the word root. I don't want to replace or touch the first 2 matches, only the last occurrence. So let's see how we can achieve this. So type scd and the line number is going to be 2. So at the beginning specify 2. The operation is going to be substitute / I want to replace the word root with the admin in uppercase / now at the end we have to specify the exact number or occurrence that you want to replace. I want to replace the third occurrence, so specify that particular number 3. Dummy.txt file. This is where the operation will take place. Now I am basically telling the sed command on line number 2 perform search and replace or substitution operation. Replace the word root with admin and only replace the third occurrence or the third match. It will not touch the first 2 matches root, but it will only replace the third occurrence. This is the number that we have specified. Press enter. As you can see guys, the first match root, it is still intact, so is the second match, but the third occurrence or match has been replaced. This is exactly what I told the scd command to do, that go to the second line and replace the third occurrence or match. So it did replace the third match. So yeah guys, that's pretty much it for this video. And here also guys, we can use the ranges. For example, 1 to 3. This time the sed command is going to replace the word root with admin in line number 1 to 3. Sorry, range is created using the comma. So this time scd command is going to perform this substitution operation in this range from line number 1 to 3, and it will only replace the third occurrence in each line or in this specified range. Press enter. As you can see guys, here in the first line, first 2 root matches have not been touched, but third match has been replaced by admin. Same goes for the second line. So here first 2 roots have not been modified, third is being replaced by admin, and same is done with the third line. So this is the range. Okay, after that everything is intact because the range ends from line 1 to 3. In this section we will learn about the find command in detail. Find is a very powerful tool in Linux with a wide range of features. As the name suggests, find is used to search for files and directories on a system, but it can do more than just searching files. It can also take actions on the search results. For example, let's say you want to free up space on your system by deleting all files larger than 200 megabytes. Doing that manually would take a lot of time, but with find command you can do it with a single command. All you need to do is tell find command to locate all files larger than 200 megabytes, then remove them. It is that simple. This is one of the reasons find is such a powerful command. The find command also gives us a lot of flexibility. You can search by name, size, permissions, modification time, creation time, and more. By learning how to use find command, you will become much more confident and efficient in the terminal. This is the first practical lesson on the find command. In this video, we will cover the basics of how the find command works. It will be a short video because I want to keep things concise and straightforward. The find command can get a bit complex, so I will be taking a step-by-step approach to avoid overwhelming you with too much information at once. Now let's dive into the practicals. So simply type find. Now if you do not provide any options to the find command, by default the find command recursively search in your current working directory. It will search and list all the files and directories that it finds in your current working directory, including the hidden files. So press enter. As you can see guys, it has listed everything that it found in my current working directory and its subdirectories. Now, how do you identify the hidden files and directories? Well, the hidden files and directories start with a dot. As you can see here, these are the hidden files and directories. Now, the same output can be achieved using alternative method, that is find space dot. Sorry, one dot. Dot in Linux, not only in Linux, also in PowerShell, represents the current working directory. So if you provide just the dot after find command, it will search in your current working directory and list everything that it finds there. Okay, it searches recursively. Recursive search simply means it searches not only in your current working directory as well as its subdirectories. Press enter. As you can see, we have the same output as the previous one. Now let's make the search more specific. This time I am gonna conduct a search in the etc directory. So /etc. Now this find command is going to search and list everything that it finds in this specified path or location, that is etc. Press enter. As you can see, it has listed everything that it found in the etc directory. Similarly, we can specify multiple locations where you want to conduct the search in. So this time var bash. The bash directory is in my current working directory. So find command is going to search and list all the files that it finds in etc directory, var directory, as well as in the bash directory. Press enter. As you can see guys, it has listed everything in the provided directories. If you notice guys, we have some errors like permission denied. If you do get permission denied errors, then you can add sudo at the beginning like this. Now we have a clean output. So that's pretty much it for this video guys. In this video, I will demonstrate how to efficiently use the find command to enhance your searches. By default, the find command searches for both files and directories. However, we can narrow down the search to either files or directories to make it more efficient. Let's say you choose to search for files only. This improves search speed because find doesn't have to scan through all directories. This results in faster and more precise output. So let's dive into the practicals. By default, the find command searches for both files and directories. However, we can narrow down the searches to either files or directories. For example, type find. First thing that we always need to do is specify the location where you want to conduct the search in. So I want to search the etc directory. So etc space now hyphen type. The type option allows us to specify whether you want to search for files or directories. So after type F. F stands for files. So I'm telling the find command that inside the etc directory only search for files and then display them. Press enter. As you can see guys, now it is only listing the files. Now if you want to search for directories, then provide D option. D stands for directory, and this time it will only search for directories. Press enter. As you can see guys, these are all directories. It only listed the directories. For example, let me switch my path to this directory cd. As you can see, I'm inside the this particular directory. So yeah, that's how you can narrow down your searches to either files or directories. As I mentioned earlier, if you do not specify the type option, then the find command searches for both, which can be time consuming at times. So guys, the type option is useful when you are certain that you want to search for either files or directories. Then you can specify the option accordingly, and your find command will be much more faster than the default option which searches for both files and directories. Now that we have a good understanding of the basics of find command, we can move on to more interesting and useful features. In this lesson, we will learn how to find files or directories by their names. We will also explore how to use patterns and wildcards to make our searches more powerful. Now let's dive into the practicals. Now I want to search a file called Sources.list. Now I know the exact file name, which is sources.list, but I do not know where this file is stored in my file system. So let's see how we can get it done. So type find space. As I mentioned, I exactly do not know where the file is stored. In such cases, specify the root directory or /. This is the topmost directory in the Linux system. So when you specify just the /, the find command searches your entire system. Now, to search files by their names, we have to use the name option. Name space within quotes, specify the file name that you want to search, sources.list. Okay, this is the exact file name that I'm searching for. Now press enter. As you can see, the search is on, but we have a plenty of permission denied errors, or rather warnings. To overcome this, specify the sudo at the beginning of your actual command like this. Now we should not have any problems. Here, as you can see guys, it looks like it has already found a file named sources.list, which is stored inside etc apt directory, right? We have successfully found the file called sources.list. This is exactly what we were looking for. This is the exact location of the file. Inside etc directory, there is subdirectory called apt. Inside the apt directory, we have this sources.list file. Let's get out its contents for verification. Sorry, cat and paste the path to the complete file. Press enter. As you can see, this is the contents of the sources.list file. Now we can narrow down this search to files. As we discussed in the previous video, we can narrow down searches by using the type option. We already know that we are searching for a file, so we can type file type is going to be file. Press enter. Now the search is much more quicker, right? Now let's take another scenario. Here we already know the exact file name, what we are looking for, right? But in most cases, we exactly do not know the file name. Maybe we remember certain characters, maybe we know that file contains word sources or it has the extension .list, but we don't know the exact accurate name. In such cases, we can use the asterisk. So specify the characters that you remember. Let's say source, and at the end put the asterisk. Now asterisk at the end means it will search for the files that start with source or the files that contain these exact characters at the beginning. So press enter. As you can see, guys, we have a plenty of such files, right? So let's analyze. As you can see here, we have this file and it has SORC at the beginning, right? SOURC at the beginning. And here also we have the file called SOURC, and this file also has SOURC at the beginning. So it has listed all the files that start with this specified string or that contains this at their beginning. That's how you can use the asterisk. Now if you put the asterisk at the beginning, then the find command is going to search and display or list all the files that have sources at their end. So here, as you can see, the first match is this sources. It has sources at the end. Same is for all the remaining files, right? They have sources at the end. So asterisk at the beginning means it will match all the files that have the string that you provide after it at their end. Now if you put a string between asterisks like this, now this time find command will search for all the files that contain the provided string sources in their name. The sources doesn't have to be at the beginning or end. It can be anywhere in the file name. So press enter. Now as you can see here, it has listed this file called resources. Now resources, it is not at the beginning or end, rather it is in the middle, right? So now let's see how we can search for a specific extension. Let's say I want to search for files with a specific extension. So asterisk dot txt, and let's find in the etc directory. So I'm going to change location to the etc. This time find command is going to search for the files that have .txt extension in the etc directory. Press enter. Now guys, check the end, right? It has listed all the files with .txt extension, right? Similarly, you can use any extension that you want to search for. Let's say conf. Now it has listed all the files that have .conf extension at the end. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. Just like the most Linux commands, find is also a case sensitive command by default, which means lowercase and uppercase letters are treated as different by the find command. In this lesson, we will learn how to avoid or ignore the case sensitivity. Let's dive into the practicals. So let me type find command and I'm gonna search in my bash directory name. I'm gonna search for the file called app.sh. So this find command is going to search this app.sh file in this location or directory bash. Press enter and it did find this app.sh file, right? It is present inside this bash directory. Now let's ls contents of this bash directory. As you can see guys, inside the bash directory we have two files. Both the files have same name, app.sh and app.sh. Only difference is that the second name starts with uppercase A. That's why the find command did not return this app.sh in uppercase, because it is a case sensitive command. Means it treats lowercase letters and the uppercase letters differently. So here in my search term, my search is in lowercase app.sh, so it only matched this app.sh in lowercase. It ignored this app.sh in uppercase because, like I said, it treats both differently. They are not same to the find command. Now if you want to ignore the case sensitivity and match everything, whether it is in lowercase or uppercase characters, then before the name type I. Okay, like this. Now I stands for ignore, so it ignores the case sensitivity and now it will return the app.sh files whether they are in lowercase or uppercase characters. It will match everything. Press enter. As you can see, this time we have a different result. It returned all the files with app.sh name whether they are in uppercase or lowercase or uppercase characters. Now if you remove the I, now it only matched this app.sh, but with the I it ignored the case sensitivity and matched everything regardless of whether it is in lowercase or uppercase letters. So guys, to ignore the case sensitivity, type I before the name parameter like this. In this section, we will learn about the awk command. Awk is an essential tool for text processing and automation. Awk is a powerful command line tool and scripting language used for text processing and data manipulation. You can use it to extract specific columns, lines, ranges of lines, or to search for patterns or specific text within files. It also supports operations like filtering, sorting, and summarizing data. Awk works especially well with structured data, such as data organized into rows and columns, but it is equally effective with unstructured text or data as well. Beyond simple one-liners, awk can also be used to write full scripts to handle complex processing tasks. It processes text on a line-by-line basis, applying actions based on defined patterns and rules. By the end of this section, you will be confident using awk for a wide range of text processing needs. You will be able to extract any data using the awk command. This is the first practical video on the awk command. In this video, we will learn the basics of awk, including its syntax and how it works. Now let's dive into the practicals. I have created these two files specifically to demonstrate the awk command. In these files, the data is organized or stored in fields or columns. Let me get out contents of fields.txt file. As you can see here, we have data organized into fields. We have all these fields and the fields are are separated by spaces, right? Similarly, we have records.txt file. In this file also data is organized into columns or fields, right? But here the columns are separated by commas, right? As you can see. So I will be demonstrating the awk command on both of these files along with other real world examples. So let's get started. The syntax for awk is very specific. So type awk space single quotes, the curly braces. Now within curly braces surrounded by single quotes, here we can write the commands or the file processing instructions. This is basically called the awk action block. In the awk action block, we define the actions to be performed, such as printing contents of a file or extracting a specific part of a file. So I'm going to start with a very simple example. I'm going to print contents of a file. To print anything in awk, we have a function called print. Print function in awk prints contents of a file. Now outside of these single quotes, specify the file name whose content you want to print. For me, file is going to be fields.txt. So I'm telling the awk command that print or display contents of this specified file. If I press enter, as you can see guys, we have successfully printed contents of the fields.txt file. That's the primary function of the print function. It prints contents of a file or specific part of a file. Now let's understand how the awk actually works in the background. Awk command divides or splits each line into fields or columns based on a delimiter. We'll get back to delimiter in a minute. Like I was saying, the awk command splits each line into columns. Let's take example of the first column. Now awk splits each value into individual columns. So ID becomes the first column, name becomes the second column, department becomes the third column, salary and join date becomes fourth and fifth columns respectively. And it does this for each line. It splits each value of a line into individual columns. Okay, it does this for all the lines that it reads from a file. Now we can access individual fields using the special variables. For example, I don't want to print all the contents of this file. Rather, I only want to print the first column. I want to print ID column along with all the IDs like 101, 102 up to the last ID. Now we can extract specific column using the special variables. In awk, we have special variables starting from $1 up to $n. The $1 stores the first column or field. So if you want to print only the first column, then we can use the special variable $1. $2 stores the second column. If you want to access the third column or field, then we have special variable 3 for that, and $4 stores the fourth column, and so on. Now let's actually do this practically. I want to print only the first column. So type awk print. Since I want to extract the first column, so the $1, this special variable stores the first field or column in a line or record. Now specify the file name fields.txt, press enter. As you can see guys, we have the exact output we wanted. It has printed or extracted the first column from this fields.txt file. Let's understand its background working. Remember guys, the awk command processes one line at a time. So when awk processes this file, it reads this line first, line number 1. So it splits all the values into separate columns. So first column gets stored in the special variable $i. So print function is printing only the first column, which is id. So when the awk command processes first line, the id value is stored in the special variable $i. So it is printing id. Now it automatically moves to the next line. It processes the second line. Now the first field 101 gets stored in the $1 variable. So print function is printing the value stored in the $i variable, which is 101, and then it processes third line. On the third run, the value of special variable 1 becomes 102, so it prints 102. This way it processes all the lines one by one and prints the first column from each line. That's how the awk command works in the background. Now let's extract another field. Let's say I want to print field number 3. So special variable 3 stores the third column from each record. Press enter. As you can see, we have successfully printed column number 1 as well as column number 3, but we have an obvious flaw here. We don't have any space between the fields. To create a space after $1 double quotes space. Now guys, we have a well formatted output, right? We have a proper spacing. Similarly, you can access any column, let's say 2. Now we have changed the order of columns, right? First we are printing id, department, then name. Okay, this way you can manipulate the output with awk command. That's the beauty of the awk command. This way you can output or extract as many fields as you like. Now we have another special variable, that is $0. Now $0 variable, basically it stores all the contents of a file. It prints everything. As you can see, it is we have printed everything stored in this file, and variables onwards 0 such as 1 up to n, they store individual fields. Now let's talk about the delimiter. Now delimiter is basically a separator, means what separates columns. For example, in this cat fields.txt file, the fields are separated by spaces, right? Now space is the default delimiter or separator for the awk command. By default, the awk command assumes that each field is separated by a space. Let me actually show it to you. Awk, this time I'm gonna use another file that is not space separated. Let's try to extract field number 1 from the file records.txt. Press enter. Okay, first let's get out contents of records.txt file. As you can see, in this file we have fields separated by commas. Now here I am extracting or attempting to extract first field from this records.txt file where fields are separated by commas. Press enter, and this time we do not have the output we wanted. Here I wanted to print the first column, but here it is printing all this data, right, which is not what I wanted. This is because in this file the fields are separated by commas, right? Like I mentioned earlier, by default the awk command assumes that the fields in a file are separated by spaces. But when awk command started processing this records.txt file and it read the first line, here it found that fields are separated by comma, not spaces. So it got confused here because it doesn't know how to separate or split the fields that are separated other than spaces. That's why we got this output. Now if you want to extract fields that are separated other than spaces, then we have to specify that particular delimiter. We will get back to it in the next video, right? So yeah guys, that's pretty much it for now. And before I wrap up this video, let's learn the awk command with a real world example. It can be used not just with files, you can use it with piping as well. The awk command works with piping very well. It can accept the data, send it through piping as well. So let's ls. Now here we have all these fields separated by spaces, right? Now I want to format this output. I only want to print the file or directory names and its size, right? I want only these two fields. I don't want remaining fields. Well, we can use awk here. Let's pipe this to awk print $. I think the file name is at 9th or 8th field. Press okay, enter. We have the syntax error, obviously I forgot the curly braces. Press enter. Okay, and let's count the exact field names where the name and size fields are located. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. The name field is at 9th column and the size field is at 98765, 5th column. So we have to use $9 variable and $5 variable. So $9 is for name, space, and $5 is for size. Press enter. Now we have the output that I wanted. I have successfully printed the file or directory names as well as their sizes, right? So guys, that's how you can use the awk command. In this video, we will talk about delimiters and how to use them with awk. Specifically, we will learn how to specify a custom delimiter to filter and process data efficiently. A delimiter is simply a separator that determines how fields or columns are divided or separated, such as commas, colons, or spaces. The fields can be separated by these in files. In awk, the default field separator is a space. As we saw in the previous video, by default, the awk command works with a space as its default delimiter. This means awk assumes that fields in each line are separated by spaces. In the previous example, we worked with space separated fields, which is why everything worked perfectly. However, fields are not always separated by space. Sometimes they may be separated by commas, colons, pipes, etc. In such cases, we need to explicitly tell awk what the field separator is. Now let's dive into the practicals. Let's get out contents of records.txt file. As you can see guys, in this file we have fields separated by commas, right? So let's see how we can work with the delimiter comma or any other custom delimiter for that matter. So type awk space hyphen uppercase F. Uppercase F stands for fields. It allows us to specify a custom delimiter. Now within quotes, specify the custom delimiter. For me, it is comma this time, space. I want to extract or print the first column or field of each line. So special variable $, and specify the file name records.txt. So this time I'm telling the awk command that the file records.txt that you are gonna process, in this file fields are separated by commas. So it splits each line into separate columns based on the delimiter comma, and since we are using $1 special variable, print function is going to print the first column of each line. Press enter. As you can see, this time we have the expected output. We are successfully able to extract the first field of each line, and the lines are separated by comma delimiter. This way you can extract as many fields as you like. Let's extract the third field as well. Let's create a space. Now we have extracted field number 1 as well as field number 2. Let's extract field number 2 as well. So guys, this way you can work with any other delimiter other than space, right? All you have to do is tell awk command at the beginning the delimiter that separates the fields. Now let's understand the custom delimiter with a real world example. Let's get out contents of passwd file. Now passwd file, as we already know, it stores the information about all the user accounts. Press enter. As you can see guys, in this file we have a bunch of user accounts, right? These are the user accounts on my system. Now if you pay attention closely, the data is organized into fields and the fields or columns are separated by colon, right? As you can see, colon is the field separator. Now I only want to print or display the first field. The first field stores the usernames or user accounts, as you can see. So I want to extract the first field. It is simple awk -f. Now specify the custom delimiter, which is colon this time. Print. I want to print the first field and specify the file name. This time the file is located in the etc directory, as you can see. So awk command is going to print the first column from this file, passwd file, and the fields in this file are separated by colon. Press enter. Now we have the exact output we wanted, right? Now we can also extract other fields as well. I want to extract the user IDs. Each user account on a Linux has a unique ID. So first is user account. Second field is X, which basically refers to the hashed password that is stored on another file. The third field is user ID. So let's extract the third field. As you can see, we have successfully extracted user names along with their IDs. So that's how you can use the custom delimiter in real world. In this video, we will learn about the tr command. Tr is a simple yet very useful and highly practical tool. The name tr stands for translate. It is used to translate, squeeze, replace, and delete characters. It is very important tool for data processing and bash scripting. So let's explore this awesome command with practical examples. We are gonna start by converting all the lowercase letters into uppercase. So type tr space. First thing that we need to do is provide a range of lowercase letters that you want to convert. Since I'm going to convert all the letters, so I will provide the full range from A to Z space. Now provide the range in uppercase A to uppercase Z. So what this tr command is going to do, it will take all the lowercase characters and convert them into uppercase. Now we need to provide a file name to the tr command where you want to perform this conversion. I have created the file called dummy.txt. So tr command is going to take contents of this file or whatever file name you provide here, then convert all its lowercase characters into uppercase. This is as simple as that. Let me hit enter and we have the error extra operand dummy.txt. This is because the tr command doesn't take a file name as an input. We either have to use the input redirection operator or pipe the output of another command to the tr command. So let's start with the input redirection. So use the input redirection operator like this. Type the less than symbol. This is called the input redirection operator in Linux. Now what the input redirection operator basically does, it redirects the contents of a file to a command. In this case the command is tr. So input redirection operator is going to take contents of this dummy.txt file and redirect it to the tr command. So the contents of this file becomes input to the tr command. Tr command will convert all the lowercase characters to uppercase. So press enter. As you can see guys, all the lowercase letters have been converted into uppercase. That's how the tr command works. Now if I cat out the contents of dummy.txt, but here we still have lowercase letters. This is because the tr command doesn't actually affect or modify the actual contents of a file. It just takes the contents from the file, then modifies that content and displays it in the terminal without actually affecting it. If you actually want to apply changes, then we have to use alternative methods. What we can do is redirect or save the modified content to a file using the output redirection operator. So write greater than sign obviously is the output redirection operator. Let's say upper.txt. So this time tr command is going to convert all the lowercase characters to uppercase, then it will redirect that content to this upper.txt file. The modified content will be saved into this file. Press enter. ls we have the dummy upper.txt file. Let's get out its content. As you can see, here we have the modified content. Now let's use piping to feed or send data to the tr command. So as I mentioned earlier, we can either use the input redirection operator or pipe data to it. In most cases, we typically use piping to feed data to the tr command. So what I'm gonna do is cat out contents of dummy.txt and pipe it to the tr command. tr a to z, now uppercase a to z. This will produce the same output as the previous command. Here we are piping the output of this cat command to the tr command. So output of this command becomes input to the tr command. Tr command will convert all the lowercase letters to uppercase. So press enter. As you can see, that's how you can perform conversion using the tr command. And we don't always have to use a complete range like from a to z. We can also use a specific range, let's say l, e to l in lowercase. This time the tr command will only convert the letters from e to l to uppercase. Okay, press enter. As you can see, all the letters between e to l have been converted into uppercase, but letters beyond this range are still intact. Now let's move on to the replacement operations that we can perform using the tr command. So tr, let's say I, E, I, O, E. Now this time the tr command is going to replace these three individual characters with these three individual characters provided as the second argument. So the replacement happens in this order. The first character gets replaced by the second character that you specify in the second parameter. Second letter gets replaced by the second character and third gets replaced by the third. So that's how the replacement happens. Press enter. As you can see guys, here we have THE and E has been replaced by N. E, as you can see, E, third character is E. In the second parameter, the third character is N. So E was replaced by N, O. Here we had the word root. Here O has been replaced by a D. So O, this is the second character. D, as you can see, this is the second character in the second parameter. So guys, that's how you can replace specific characters. Now the tr command can also remove or delete characters or a range of characters. It is equally easy. Again, cat command tr. To remove characters, we need to use -d parameter. -d stands for remove, delete. Now we have to tell the tr command what you want to delete. We can either provide a range or individual characters. Let's say A to Z. The tr command is going to remove all the lowercase letters. If I press enter, as you can see guys, now we only have uppercase letters left, also numbers, right? Numbers and uppercase letters have not been removed. All the lowercase letters have been removed. Now what if I also want to remove uppercase characters? Then we need to specify the another range A to Z. So after first range, provide another range without any space like this. This time it will remove lowercase and uppercase letters. Press enter. As you can see, now we only have the numbers left. I also want to get rid of numbers as well. So provide the numeric range 0 to 9. So this time it will remove not only lowercase and uppercase letters as well as the numbers, because we have provided the numeric range from 0 to 9. Press enter. Now we have removed everything. So that's how you can remove the characters. Like I mentioned a minute ago, we can use individual characters as well. Let's say IOE. This time the tr command is going to remove these individual characters IEO. Press enter. As you can see, it has removed these three specified individual characters from each word or wherever it found them. So that's the tr command, guys. Now we have another useful option that we can use with tr command, that is squeeze. Now what does the squeeze do? Well, the squeeze option can be used to remove spaces. For example, here as you can see at line number 1, we have this unnecessary space, right? So I want to trim or remove this additional space. It can be done using -s. -s means squeeze. Now what you want to squeeze, I want to squeeze space. So write a space like this. As you can see, guys. Okay, first let's cat out the original content. Here in this file, we have this additional space. Now let's rerun this tr command with squeeze option. Press enter. As you can see, guys, now the space, the additional spaces have been removed. It only keeps one space. That is the default standard, right? Now we can also remove the new lines. For example, in this file we have multiple lines. Now if you want to remove the new lines and stack everything in a single line, then we can use -d. -d means delete. Now backward/n represents a new line. So it will remove the new line and all the lines will be stacked in a single line. If I press enter, as you can see, it has removed all the new lines. Now we have everything in a single line or paragraph. So that's how you can use the tr command for various purposes. Now before I sign off this video, there are other useful options that we can use with tr command. Earlier we did the lowercase to uppercase conversion using the ranges like this, right? Like this, A to Z. Now there is a fancier way to do the same thing within square brackets and within the colon. Type lower, okay, lower space square brackets again, within colons, now write upper. So this is a fancy syntax to convert lowercase letters into uppercase in tr command. Tr command is going to convert lowercase letters into uppercase. If I press enter, as you can see, it has exactly done that. It converted lowercase into uppercase. And if you want to convert uppercase into lowercase, then obviously we have to provide the upper as the first argument, then lower as the second argument. As you can see, now everything is in lowercase, so uppercase characters have been converted into the lowercase. Now let's see how we can only remove the digits. In this file we have digits or numbers at line number 3. Let's see how we can only remove digits. Okay, the goal is to remove only numbers or digits. -d now specify the range, let's say 0 to 9. Press enter. As you can see, the numbers have been removed. The same thing can be achieved using the fancy syntax: brackets, square brackets, within colons, write digit. This time the tr command is going to remove digits. So it will produce the same output as the previous command. As you can see, digits or numbers have been removed. So guys, that's pretty much about the tr command. Let me know if you have any questions. In this video, we will take a look at the cut command. The cut command is a very handy tool for extracting information. It is used to extract specific sections from each line of a provided file or piped data. Therefore, if you want to extract specific characters, ranges of characters, or columns from a file or data stream, cut is the right tool for the job. It is especially useful in bash scripts for automation and general purpose command line tasks. It is somewhat similar to the awk command. Cut is simpler and ideal for quick solutions and basic tasks. The cut command has many use cases. It can be used to process log files, extract usernames or IP addresses, and process data in shell scripts. Now let's dive into the practicals. So type cut space -c. -c stands for character or the character mode. Now provide a number, let's say 1. Now after the character mode, 1 means the cut command is going to extract the first character of each line from a given file. Now you have to provide a file name, let's say dummy.txt. So cut command is going to extract or display the first character of each line from this specified file. If I hit enter, as you can see guys, it has exactly extracted the first character from each line. Let's get out the contents of dummy.txt file. As you can see, so whatever number you put after the character mode, it will extract that particular character from each line. This time it will extract 5th character, as you can see. Now extracting a specific character doesn't have that many use cases. In most cases we have to extract a range of characters. So let's see how we can provide a range. So -c 1 to 5. So this time it will extract the characters in this specified range from 1 to 5, means the first 5 characters. Press enter, cat. As you can see guys, it has exactly extracted the first 5 characters. Remember, the space also gets included. So after root there is a space, so space plus 4 characters of root is 5. That's how you can provide a range. So whatever range you provide here, the cut command is gonna extract that many characters from each line, as we have already seen. Now we can also provide multiple ranges. For example, let's say first range is going to be 1 to 4 comma. Now specify the second range. It is going to be from 6 to 12. Press enter. As you can see, it has extracted the characters from each line in this given range. First range is 1 to 4, then the second range is 6 to 5. You can provide as many ranges as you like, just separate them with a comma like this. So that's how we can use the cut command to extract specific characters or a range of characters. Now the cut command also works effectively with data that is organized into delimited fields. Let me actually show you what I mean. ls, here I have created this records.txt file. Let's get out its contents. As you can see guys, here we have this data organized into fields or columns. First column is id, second name, third department, etc. Now this data is separated by a comma. As you can see, each field is being separated by a comma. With the cut command, we can extract a specific field or a range of fields. It is actually easy. So type cut d. -d means delimiter. Okay, delimiter means what separates the field. So in our case, the fields are separated by the comma. So comma -f stands for field. Now we have to tell the cut command which field or column you want to extract. So f1 means it will extract the first column, space, provide the file name where you want to extract the data from, press enter. Okay, I provided the wrong file name. The actual file name is records.txt. Press enter. Now it has exactly extracted the first field, right? So as you can see, f1 means field 1. So it extracted the first field. Now let's extracted field number 3. As you can see, the field number 3 is department, so it has extracted it. Now let's extract a range of fields. f1 3. This time, since we have provided this range from 1 to 3, the cut command is going to extract the fields from 1 to 3. So it should extract 3 fields, and we exactly have the 3 fields: id, name, and department. Now let's say you want to extract all the fields. This is simple. Remove the number after hyphen. So here after 1 we have provided this hyphen. So hyphen means extract all the fields from 1 up to the end. So hyphen simply means till the end. Press enter. Now we have extracted all the fields or displayed all the fields. So that's pretty much okay. There is one more option that we can use with cut command, that is output delimiter. This file, as you can see here, fields are being separated by comma, right? Now I want to replace this delimiter. Let's say I want to separate fields by pipe like this. It is simple. Cut command -d. So what is the current delimiter? It is comma space -f. Now we have to tell the cut command which fields delimiter you want to replace or change. Let's say 1 to 2. I have specified the range, so it will change delimiter for the first 3 fields, not all, just first 3 fields or whatever range you provide here. Now type 2 hyphens. Now write output -d delimiter. After delimiter equal to, specify the delimiter that you want to replace it with. For me it is going to be this pipe. So I am basically telling the cut command that replace the current delimiter, which is comma, with pipe, and delimiter must be changed for the provided range or the first three fields. Press okay. We don't have any output. This is because I forgot to specify the file name where I actually want to change the delimiter. So records.txt, press enter. As you can see guys, it has changed the delimiter for first three field, ID, name and department, right? We have the delimiter pipe. Now, if you want to change delimiter for all the fields, then do not provide any number after the hyphen. So it will change delimiter from field 1 up to the last field. Press enter. As you can see, here we have changed the delimiter for all the fields. Now, before I wrap up this video, I'm gonna demonstrate the real world use case of the cut command with fields or delimiters. What I'm gonna do is I will extract usernames from the file called passwd. In Linux, there is a file called passwd. It basically stores the user accounts. All the user accounts and their details are stored inside this passwd file, and passwd file is present in the etc directory. If I press enter, as you can see guys, we have all these user accounts. Now first field displays the user account name, as you can see. Now if you notice carefully, all the fields are separated by colon, right? As you can see, colon, right? So what I want to do is extract the first field which contains the usernames. So cut command -d, delimiter is colon space -f, field is going to be first field which contains the user names. Now specify path to the file where you want to extract the data from, passwd. Press enter. As you can see guys, now it has extracted the first field from this file that contains the username. Now usernames. Now what I'm going to do is save the extracted data to a file, or redirect the extracted data to a file. I want to analyze these user accounts later to see if there is anything suspicious or any suspicious accounts on my system. Press enter. ls, we have the user accounts file. Let's get out its contents. As you can see guys, we have a neat list of user accounts. So that's it for this video. In this section, we are going to get started with Ubuntu Server Management. This is the final piece of the puzzle required to become a Linux administrator, and it is absolutely mandatory for any Linux administrator. In this particular video, we will look at what Ubuntu Server is and why it is needed. So what is a server actually? In simple words, a server is just a computer that delivers or provides resources to other devices or users. For example, when you access a website, it is hosted on a server that processes your request and sends the requested data back to you. A server is not a magical device or machine. It is just another computer customized for specific needs, such as hosting or running a website, an email server, or a file server. Any regular computer can be turned into a server. With some customization, we can easily turn a system running Linux Mint or Ubuntu desktop into a fully functional server. However, it is not recommended to turn a desktop operating system into a server, because desktop operating systems like Windows 11, Linux Mint, or Ubuntu desktop are designed for day-to-day personal use. They come pre-installed with graphical interfaces, desktop applications, background services, and many extra components that are completely unnecessary for a server environment. These additional features consume valuable system resources and also increase maintenance and security overhead. For example, if you want to host a website on your server, most of these desktop components are not required at all. They simply consume CPU, RAM, and storage resources unnecessarily. For services like web hosting, email servers, or databases, these extra desktop applications become more of a burden than a benefit because they are rarely used. This is exactly why we have dedicated server operating systems such as Ubuntu Server. A server-based operating system like Ubuntu Server is built and optimized specifically for server workloads, performance, stability, security, remote administration, and long-term reliability. There are many server-based operating systems available such as Ubuntu Server, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, Rocky Linux, Debian, and Elma Linux. Each distribution is designed for server environments and is optimized for stability, security, performance, and long-term maintenance. Some are more common in enterprise environments and others are widely used for cloud servers, web hosting, and general system administration. Ubuntu Server is the most popular operating system for servers worldwide. It is heavily used across small, mid-size, and large corporations, which is exactly why we are going to cover it in this course. Servers have specific structural needs that differentiate them completely from standard personal computers. One of the most important requirements is stability. Servers are expected to remain online 24/7 without frequent crashes or reboots. Security is also critical, which is why server operating system avoid unnecessary applications and services that could increase vulnerabilities. Servers must also deliver high performance and scalability so they can handle large numbers of users and workloads efficiently. Ubuntu Server has all of it. It doesn't come with a graphical user interface, meaning absolutely everything needs to be managed directly through the terminal command line. Ubuntu Server is a specialized operating system that is specifically built for the server workload. In this video, we are going to install Ubuntu Server step by step. The installation process is quite straightforward. So let's jump into the practicals. And the first thing that we need to do is download the ISO image of Ubuntu Server, right? So open any web browser and go to the ubuntu.com. This is the exact URL or domain name, ubuntu.com. So once you are here, click on the drop down, download Ubuntu, and here click on server and click on Ubuntu Server, and here click on the download Ubuntu Server option, and here we can download the Ubuntu Server for Mac OS and Windows. As you can see, the download size is going to be 3 GB. So click on the download button and your downloading will start right away or within a few seconds. As you can see, my downloading has started. So guys, let the downloading complete. Now, once the downloading is complete, open your virtual box. Let's start the installation process. Click on new, or you can go to machine, new, and here we need to fill in some details. First, give a name to your virtual machine. Let's give it Ubuntu Server, and this is the installation directory or destination where the virtual machine or your Ubuntu server will be installed, which is C drive. If you have enough space on C drive, then you can leave it to the default. However, if not, then you can always select another drive. So click on this down arrow, click on others, and then select the drive, let's say backup, and here I have created a dedicated folder for storing virtual machines. Double click on the folder where you want to install it, click on select folder, and do not touch ISO image section, and down here we have OS. Click on the down arrow, select Linux. From OS distribution, select Ubuntu, and from OS version, select Ubuntu 64-bit. Now click on specify virtual hardware. Here we need to allocate the system resources like RAM and processor to our virtual machine. Now base memory means RAM. We need to allocate the RAM, how much RAM you want to allocate. Now we need to allocate a minimum of 1500 megabytes to our Ubuntu server. But if you have more than 4 GB RAM, then you can allocate 2 GB. 2 GB is enough for an Ubuntu server. Remember, we can always reallocate the system resources even after installation. So this is not a problem. So if you have 4 GB RAM, you can allocate 1500 megabytes. If you have 8 GB or more, then allocate 2 GB. 2 GB is enough. We can use this slider to allocate the RAM. As you can see, you can drop the slider at the exact number that you want to allocate. Let's drop it at 1500 megabytes, or you can also allocate by typing the number here, 1500 megabytes. Now allocate the number of CPUs. If you have a system with i5 or i3 processor, then allocate 2 processors or 2 cores. And if you have i7 or i9, then allocate 4 cores. 4 cores are enough for an Ubuntu server. Now click on the specify virtual disk, hard disk. Here we need to allocate the hard disk space. 25 gigabytes is recommended. So I'm gonna leave it to the default because we need at least 25 for a smooth functioning. And now click on finish. As you can see, guys, we have successfully created our Ubuntu server. And for some reasons, if it is not appearing here, click on here, machines tab, and all your created virtual machines will appear here. Now click on the virtual machine that you just created. Now click on settings, click on general tab, and here click on features, shared clipboard, click on it. Now from this drop down, select bidirectional, repeat the same thing for drag and drop. Basically these configurations will allow us to copy and paste data from main operating system to virtual machine and vice versa. Okay, now click on system tab. Here we can always reallocate system resources like RAM or processor or cores even after the installation. Okay, so here as you can see, this is the processor. Here you can reallocate the number of cores. Now click on display. Now select the video memory. I'm gonna allocate the maximum possible, which is 128 megabytes. Now click on storage. Here click on empty and click on the down arrow. Now click on choose a disk. Now we need to select the ISO image of Ubuntu that we just downloaded. So double click on the Ubuntu server's ISO image to select it. As you can see, it has been loaded here and we are done with the configurations. Now click on OK. Now double click on your Ubuntu server that we just configured. Double click on it and it will probably take a minute or two to start your installation process. So wait patiently. Okay, so Ubuntu server is up and running. Let me maximize it. Okay, this is the only option. Try and select Ubuntu server. Just press enter. It will be selected and installation process will start. Okay, one more thing guys, before we proceed further, make sure that you are connected to the internet. It is not mandatory, but it definitely helps a lot. It helps with your network configurations, setting up your repository, etc. Okay, so make sure that you are connected to the internet. Now from this point onwards, we can't use mouse. We have to complete the installation through keyboard. It is actually pretty easy, so do not worry about it. So here we need to select your desired language. Okay, use down and up arrow keys to select the desired language. I'm gonna leave it to English, which is the default. Press enter. Now here we need to select the keyboard layout. I'm gonna leave it to default. Press enter. Here we need to select the type of installation. We have two options, Ubuntu server and Ubuntu server minimized. We will go with the Ubuntu server. As you can see, Ubuntu server is already pre-selected. X at the beginning means this option is being selected. We can press down and up arrow keys to go through all the options. Now, if you press enter or space key, then it selects the option where you are currently at. So right now I am at Ubuntu server. If I press space, as you can see, it has been selected. But like I was saying, we are gonna go with the Ubuntu server full installation. So press up arrow, press enter. Once Ubuntu server is selected, now press down arrow key until you reach at the done option at the bottom. As you can see, once your cursor is pointing to done, press enter. Okay, here it is going to configure your network details. Okay, once network details are configured, then press enter, and here you can configure your proxy address, which is not required at this point. So press enter. Now here Ubuntu server selects the closest repository server geographically for the system to provide faster package downloads and updates. It does this automatically. Okay, so as you can see, this mirror location passed tests. Now press enter to continue, and these are the configuration details for your virtual hard disk. Now here it has automatically selected use an entire disk, right? But one option that we need to deselect is this: set up this disk as LVM group. This is not required for now. Okay, so press down arrow, and once you are at this option, set up this disk as LVM group, press enter to deselect it. Now keep pressing down arrow until you reach at the done option, press enter. Now here we have the summary of our partitions. Okay, so we don't need to touch anything here. Press enter to continue. Now here it is asking for our confirmation: confirm destructive action. Press down arrow to select continue. Now press enter. Now here we need to fill in details about user accounts and system. So type your name, Sunny Dimalu, your server name. Now press tab key to go to the next field. Now pick a username. Now this field is extremely important. The username that you specify here, that username will be used for login. So whatever you put in here, make sure you remember it. Now choose the password, root, confirm your password. Okay, so the username and password that you select here, these details will be used for login. Okay, now press tab key or down arrow. Once your cursor points to the done, press enter. Now here Ubuntu is giving us option upgrade to Ubuntu Pro. It is not required at this point. So by default, as you can see, skip for now is already being selected. So we are going to go with the default option. Press down arrow, and once your cursor points to the continue option, press enter. Now here we can choose to install OpenSSH. We don't need to install or configure it for now. We can always install and configure it later. That we will do in the upcoming sections. Okay, so for now you don't need to worry about it. So press down arrow. Once you are at the done, press enter, and these are some additional packages that we can install. They are not required. They can always be installed after the installation. Okay, so press tab key. Once your cursor points to done, press enter. As you can see, the installation has started. It will take some time to complete the installation, so keep an eye at the top, right? The installation message will appear here once it is done. Here, as you can see, it might seem that it is stuck. It is not doing anything, but it is installing the system in the background. Alright guys, as you can see, the installation is complete. Now press tab key, and once you are at the reboot now option, press enter. Now it is going to reboot your Ubuntu server. Okay, so here as you can see, it is asking please remove the installation medium, then press enter. Okay, and also sometimes it might show some errors or warnings. Just ignore them and press enter. Now it is going to start my Ubuntu server. Now guys, If you see this window with information like your public key has been saved or generated, okay, just press enter. Now at the bottom, as you can see, Cyborg login. We have successfully installed our Ubuntu server. Now we need to log in. So type the username that you created or set up during the installation. Press enter. Now type the password that you of course set up during the installation. Press enter. As you can see guys, we have successfully logged in into our Ubuntu server. So let me type the clear command to clear the terminal. Now so guys, this is the Ubuntu server. Here we do not have any visual elements or graphical user interface to interact with our Ubuntu server. We have to manage or operate our Ubuntu server using the command line. So let me type ls. Okay, we don't have anything in our home directory. Let's check contents of the root directory. Okay, as you can see, this is the contents of my root directory. Now we have to manage everything through terminal, whether it is updating, upgrading, or configuring the system, installing a package, or setting up any server. Everything needs to be done through command line. So that's the Ubuntu server. Okay, now Ubuntu server or most servers are pretty lightweight by design. So if I type the top command and monitor the system resources, as you can see, only 362 megabytes RAM is being used. So it is very lightweight. That's how servers are by design. Press Q key to exit out of the command, the top command. In this video, we are going to walk through the essential post-installation steps that needs to be taken for optimizing an Ubuntu server. Whether you are setting up a home lab or preparing a production environment, these are critical configurations you should perform immediately after the initial install to ensure your system is secure, updated, and efficient. Now let's jump into the practical. So start your Ubuntu server. Now first thing that we are gonna do is update our Ubuntu server. Updating and upgrading is extremely important after the freshly installed Ubuntu server or any Linux distribution for that matter. Okay, so sudo apt update. First we are gonna update our repositories. Okay, let me fix the apts spelling. Sudo apt update it is. Press enter. Provide the password. Press enter. As you can see, 3 packages can be upgraded. So let's run the upgrade command. Sudo apt upgrade. So here it is asking whether I want to continue. Type Y. Y means yes. Press enter and let it finish. It is extremely important guys, so make sure that you don't interrupt here. Make sure you are connected to the internet and let it finish. So the upgrade command is finished, as you can see. Now I'm going to install sudo apt install something called htop. Now htop is a system monitoring tool just like the top command, but it is a better version of the htop, right? It has a better user interface that makes it easy to monitor our system resources, because monitoring system resources is extremely or one of the most important part of any server. So we have to make sure that we use a tool that can provide an optimal experience. So sudo apt install htop. Press enter. As you can see, it is already pre-installed in Ubuntu servers 2026 edition. I was not expecting it. Once it is installed, okay, type htop to start it. As you can see guys, here all the system details such as the running processes as well as the system resources being consumed at the top. Okay, we will get back to it in another video. Now press Q to exit out of the htop. Now we are going to create a regular user account. So sudo user add -m creates the home directory. -s, we are gonna assign the bash shell to our user account. Now specify the user account name that you want to create. Let me give my user account the name Sunny. So here's user add command is going to create the user Sunny, and it will assign it the bash shell. -s option allows us to specify the shell, and -m option creates the home directory for the user. Press enter. ls home directory, as you can see, the user Sunny has been created. Now the reason I created the user account Sunny, because the default user account that we create during the installation, it is an admin user, and the user that I just created, it is a regular or non-admin user. For day-to-day tasks, we should always operate our system as a normal or regular user. In this video, we are going to install a graphical user interface desktop environment on our Ubuntu server. First, let's discuss why GUI is required. As we have seen, most enterprise grade servers like Ubuntu do not come with a desktop environment pre-installed. Typically, everything is managed through the terminal, because desktop environments consume significant CPU and RAM resources. However, there are specific scenarios where GUI becomes necessary. For instance, if your server is hosting multiple websites or complex services, using a graphical control panel can make server management significantly more efficient compared to relying solely on the command line. Now, once GUI is installed, remember, you can always have the flexibility to switch back to the terminal interface, right? We can use the GUI when a visual interface is necessary and return to the command line for core administrative tasks. Now, like I mentioned, one of the disadvantages of installing a GUI is that it can consume system resources like RAM and CPU. However, these concerns can be easily addressed. We will install an extremely lightweight GUI desktop environment called XFC4. It is a lightweight yet very polished desktop environment. It doesn't consume many system resources, also still provides a clean and efficient experience. So let's jump into the practical. Now, before installing the XFC4, make sure that you update and upgrade your system, which is extremely important. So sudo apt update, and all packages, as you can see, are up to date. Now we need to run the upgrade command, sudo apt upgrade. As you can see, mine is already up to date. So once the upgrade command finishes, we are good to go. So sudo apt install xfce4 it is. Okay, now xfce4 doesn't install everything. It only installs the essential or core components which are responsible for running the xfce desktop environment. So press enter. As you can see, download size 185 MB or megabytes. Now press Y to select yes, press enter. Now the downloading has started, so it will take some time to download and set up the XFCE4. So wait patiently. Okay, now as you can see, XFCE4 has been installed successfully. Let's clear the terminal. Now we need to install other required components. So apt install, type light dm. We are installing light dm. Light dm is short for light display manager. It is responsible for visual components like your login screen, managing user sessions, etc. Okay, so light dm space light dm hyphen gtk hyphen greeter light dm. Okay, let me fix the spelling. Light dm hyphen gtk hyphen. Now press tab key to autocomplete. If you have typed the correct command until this point, then it will autocomplete. Press tab key, as you can see. So this is the exact command, lightdm -gtk greeter. We need to install these two for a fully functional graphical user interface. Press enter. Okay, lightdm is already the newest version. I think it is already installed. I think in the latest version it is probably part of the core xfce package, but on Ubuntu version 24 we had to install it manually. So again, for some reasons, if it is not installed automatically, then you need to run this command sudo apt install lightdm gtk greeter. Okay, so let this command finish. Now we need to set the lightdm as a default display manager. So type dpkg space, not space, hyphen reconfigure space lightdm. Press enter. Okay, this command needs to be run as root, so sudo, add sudo before the command. Press enter. Okay, now the lightdm has been set as my default display manager. Now we just need to reboot our system. Sudo shutdown -r stands for reboot. Now provide it the now parameter. It will restart your system immediately. Press enter. So restart will basically apply the changes that have been made by installing the xfce4. Now as you can see guys, we have a GUI environment, right? So type the password to log in, password that you set up during the installation. Click on login, and we have successfully logged in into our Ubuntu server graphically, right? So first thing that I'm gonna do is change my desktop's background. It is very dull, so right click on it, click on desktop setting, and here we have two options for wallpaper for desktop. Okay, both are same. Click on any photo and click on close. Now it looks much better, right? So yeah guys, we have successfully installed GUI in our Ubuntu server. Now it is much better. GUI is a must when you are handling complex services. Let's say if your Ubuntu server is hosting or running a website, then you are gonna need a panel where you can manage your website efficiently through GUI. GUI helps in such scenarios, or maybe you are managing a complex mail server or other similar service. Okay, so at the bottom, as you can see, we have this nice little taskbar. So click on this terminal emulator. Okay, now in Ubuntu version 26, we have this default terminal emulator. I think I'm gonna replace it with something else. I'm gonna install the Gnome's terminal emulator. Okay, in the next video guys, what I'm gonna do is we will learn how to make our Ubuntu server full screen. For now, if I try to make it full screen, go to view, full screen mode, click on switch. As you can see, it is not scaling to all the corners for now, so it needs to be fixed. That we will do in the next video. In this quick video, we are going to make our Ubuntu server virtual machine run in full screen mode. This is important because right now the display is not scaling properly and the screen resolution looks small. Enabling full screen mode will improve the display scaling, provide a better viewing experience, and give us more workspace inside the virtual machine. This will make it easier to follow along with the upcoming lessons and manage the server more comfortably. Now let's make our Ubuntu server full screen. So start your Ubuntu server, go to the devices, click on insert guest additions CD image. Once it is mounted in your desktop, here as you can see, double click on it. Okay, let me maximize the window, right click in blank space anywhere. Now click on open terminal here. Let's ls. Now we need to run this file called virtualbox additions.run. So type sudo dot / so this is the exact file that we need to run. So write the exact file name v uppercase b box linux addition. Now press tab key for autocomplete, write dot run. So this is the exact file name that we need to run. So make sure that you type the exact file name here, sudo dot / and the exact file name along with dot run extension. Press enter, type your password. Okay, we have an error, 100% checksum. Okay, uncompressing bzip2. Okay, bzip2 not found. First we need to install this bzip2 package. So sudo apt install bzip2, press enter. As you can see, it has already been installed. Now press up arrow key to bring up the previously executed commands. Okay, this is the command that we are gonna execute, or rather re-execute. So re-execute this command after installing bzip2. Press enter. Now as you can see, installation has started and it will take probably a minute or two to complete the installation. Okay, as you can see here, this system is currently not set up to build kernel module. Please install GCC. So if you encounter all these warnings, then do not worry about them at all. It is perfectly normal. We just need to restart our Ubuntu server to apply changes. So type shutdown -r now, press enter, and now we should have a full screen mode. Type your password. As you can see guys, our Ubuntu server is already in full screen mode. So we have successfully installed all the required tools to make it full screen. Now to verify it further, go to the view, click on full screen, switch. As you can see, now our Ubuntu server is working in full screen mode without any problems, right? Now to exit out of the full screen mode, take your cursor to the bottom, click on view, click on full screen mode. In this quick video, we are going to install a web browser and a new terminal emulator. So at the bottom, as you can see, even though we have this web browser in our taskbar, if you click on it, it will not work. We have to install a web browser, and we will also install a new terminal emulator. So click on the terminal emulator. Now this default terminal emulator is really not as efficient or useful at all. Okay, the obvious flaw in it is we can't modify or customize it. It doesn't have any option to increase or decrease the font size. As you can see, if you right click at the top of this terminal emulator, right click, as you can see here, it doesn't have any option for customizing it. At least I have not yet found a way to customize this, and also it is not pleasing to eyes as well. Okay, so yeah, first let's install Firefox. So sudo apt update, make sure to update your repositories before installing Firefox or any packages. Now type sudo apt install Firefox, press enter. As you can see, the installation has started. So guys, it is going to take some time, so wait patiently. Don't get confused if you see this stuck at 20%. Okay, in the background it is setting up and downloading, so wait patiently. As you can see, the installation of Firefox is complete. Let's verify it. Let's type Firefox, press enter to start it, and yeah, here it is. As you can see, now we have the Firefox up and running, right? So guys, that's how you can install the Firefox, and in the taskbar, if you click on this browser button, it automatically points to your Firefox, as you can see. And the next thing that I'm going to install is the Gnome's terminal emulator. So sudo apt install gnome terminal, press enter, press Y, and press enter. The installation is complete, as you can see. Now click on the terminal emulator icon at the bottom. As you can see, guys, now this is our default Gnome terminal emulator, right? This is much better. We can customize it. It is pleasing to eyes and easy to work with, and of course it is very efficient. We can easily customize it. Go to the file, click on okay, go to the edit, preferences. I'm gonna increase my font size, so here click on the customized font button, click on it. Now we can, down here we can increase the font size. Let's make it 16, press select. As you can see, now we have a much bigger and visible font size, right? In this video, we are going to learn how to switch between the graphical user interface and the terminal interface in Ubuntu Server. In most server environments, the terminal interface is preferred because it is lightweight, faster, consumes fewer system resources, and is considered more secure and stable for administration tasks. However, a GUI is equally important for certain tasks. It should be used when necessary or when the task naturally demands a graphical environment, such as web browsing, managing web hosting panels, or interacting with visual dashboards, etc. Okay, so let's jump into the practical and see how we can switch between both. Now let's jump into the practicals. As you can see, for now I am operating my system in the graphical user interface mode, and this is the default mode as well, right? When I turn on my system or restart my system, it automatically starts in the GUI mode. Now what I basically want is, I want my Ubuntu server to start in the terminal mode whenever I will reboot it or turn it on. So sudo system ctl default set default multi hyphen user dot target. So what basically this command will do, it will set the default mode from graphical user interface to the terminal based mode. When you will reboot your system, it will start in the terminal mode. So press enter, type your password. Okay, as you can see, it has been changed successfully. Now let's reboot our system. Sudo shutdown -r. Now press enter. Now it will apply changes, and you will see that the Ubuntu server will start in the terminal mode, not in GUI. As you can see, we no longer have the GUI panel, right? Now let me type username, password, press enter. As you can see, I have successfully logged in, right? In the terminal mode. We no longer have the GUI mode. Now we have to operate everything from our terminal. Now, next thing that we are gonna do is learn how to switch back to the GUI mode. So if you want to switch back to the GUI mode, type sudo system ctl set default to graphical. Type graphical, make sure that everything is spelled correctly, graphical dot target. Press enter, type your password. Now what this command has done or is gonna do is, it will set the default mode to the graphical user interface. As you can see, after the set default, we have specified the parameter graphical dot target. Now your system will automatically start in the graphical mode whenever you will reboot it or turn it on. So sudo shutdown. Let's restart the system to apply changes. Now we will see that our system will start in the graphical mode because we have changed the default mode from text to terminal to graphical. So type the password, press enter to log in. As you can see guys, we are back to the default graphical mode. So guys, that's how you can switch between graphical and text or terminal mode. In this section, we will learn about firewalls. Firewalls are one of the most important components of network security. We will cover all the essentials required to implement firewalls practically. This includes understanding what a firewall is, how firewall rules work, and how firewalls function to protect networks. This foundational knowledge will prepare us for the hands-on implementation of firewalls in the upcoming sections. So what is a firewall? A firewall protects networks and individual devices from cyber attacks. It serves as the first line of defense. It controls network traffic by blocking unauthorized and malicious connections or traffic, preventing them from entering or reaching your network or private networks. Firewalls are used to protect private networks such as LAN, your home networks, data centers from unauthorized access. A firewall controls the flow of incoming and outgoing traffic on a network. This means you can configure a firewall to allow only authorized traffic or connections to enter your network and also control the traffic that can leave your network and individual systems. A firewall can either be a software program that can be installed on individual systems or a dedicated hardware device that protects all devices connected to a network. A software-based firewall is also known as host-based firewall. We will cover it in detail in the next video. The main difference between a software-based firewall and a dedicated hardware firewall is that a software firewall is installed on individual systems and it only protects the system where it is installed on. On the other hand, a dedicated hardware firewall protects all devices within a network. A dedicated firewall can be installed or placed either between the internet and your router or within the network. A firewall positioned or installed outside the router offers the most comprehensive protection. This is because it inspects all traffic before it reaches the router and your internal network, protecting everything including the router itself. A firewall can also be placed inside a network to protect specific endpoints by blocking malicious traffic before it reaches them. In very specific cases, you can have both an external and an internal firewall. However, typically a firewall is placed either outside or inside the network, not both. A firewall controls and monitors network traffic based on configured firewall rules. Firewall rules are essentially the instructions a firewall uses to decide whether to allow or block traffic that is trying to enter or leave your network. We need to explicitly configure or tell the firewall which traffic should be allowed or blocked. Now let's understand how firewall works with an example. Let's say you want to block a malicious IP address that is attacking your system or engaging in suspicious activities. To do this, you need to create a firewall rule to block it. We will cover rule creation in upcoming videos. Now, once the rule is created, if a packet from the blocked IP address reaches reaches the firewall will inspect the packet. If the packet's source IP address matches the blocked IP address in the rule, the packet will be dropped and prevented from entering the network. Welcome back everyone. In this section, we are going to tighten up our server's security. Now that we have covered the fundamentals of server management, it's time to move into one of the most critical topics for any administrator, that is system security. We are going to learn how to strengthen your server's defenses by setting up a firewall. Firewall is basically your first line of defense that stands between your server and rest of the internet. Now, why a firewall? A server without a firewall is pretty much like a house with all its doors and windows left wide open. By default, many services on your system might be listening for connections or open by default, and without a firewall, anyone on the internet could potentially try to access them. We will configure our firewall to secure and safeguard the system by carefully controlling both incoming and outgoing network traffic. To manage these security rules, we will be using a tool called UFW, which stands for Uncomplicated Firewall. As the name suggests, UFW is designed to be simple and user friendly. Let me tell you, it is very simple to use. It allows us to control the traffic that enters and leaves our network. Using firewall rules, we can permit only authorized traffic to enter our network and block harmful or unauthorized access or traffic. Whether you are running an Ubuntu server, Linux Mint, or almost any other Linux system, UFW is the industry standard tool to keep their data safe. In the next video, we will set up the UFW firewall. In this video, we will set up and configure the UFW firewall and learn the basics of UFW commands, such as how to enable, disable, and check status of the firewall, and also explain default policies. So let's jump into the practicals. We are gonna start by installing the UFW firewall. So type sudo apt install UFW. This is the exact command. It will install the UFW. Press enter, provide your password, and I already have it installed. As you can see, I think the UFW is pre-installed on most Ubuntu based systems, but for some reasons, if it is not installed, then just type this command and it will install the UFW firewall. Now let's actually verify whether UFW is actually installed or not. So type sudo UFW 2 hyphens then version. The version parameter tells us the currently installed version of the UFW. Press enter. As you can see, that's the current version of the UFW. When you install the UFW firewall, it doesn't automatically start or run. You have to enable it manually, then it will start protecting your system. So let's enable the UFW firewall. So sudo UFW space enable. Now the enable parameter, as the name suggests, it enables your UFW firewall. Press enter and firewall is active, right? Active means it is up and running in the background and it is protecting your system. The second part of this string is this: enabled on system startup. It means your UFW will automatically start whenever you reboot or turn on your system. Okay, it will automatically run in the background. Now let's check its status. UFW status. Now the status command tells us the current status of UFW. Status is active. It means it is up and running in the background. Now if you want more details about its active status, then type sudo UFW status verbose. Verbose option or parameter gives us more details about your UFW firewall. As you can see, status, current status is active, of course. Now logging on. Now what does logging means? Logging simply means it logs or saves the details such as which connection it has blocked or which traffic it has allowed. All these details are stored in a file. On means it is actually storing those connection details. Low means it is storing only the important details, not everything. Then we have default. This is the most important piece of information here. Now default means there are certain policies that get implemented when you activate or enable the UFW firewall. Not only UFW firewall, all the firewalls have their default policies which get implemented when you enable it. Now the default policy is deny incoming. Now deny incoming means it will block all the inbound traffic or inbound connections. This is a security first approach designed to protect your server from unauthorized external access. Incoming connection means systems that try to initiate connection to your system or network. This means if you have services currently running such as web server on port number 80 or 443, SSH on port number 22, UFW will immediately block traffic to all of those ports. So if you attempt to access your system remotely, then your connection will be blocked or denied. So if someone attempts or tries to access your system, then it will drop that traffic. It will not allow those connections if someone tries to access your system from outside world or the internet. So by default, the UFW firewall blocks all the ports or services on your system. For example, if you have SSH service running, now it will deny access to SSH service as well. So that's the default policy. So if you want to allow traffic on SSH or any service, then you have to explicitly create rules for those. That we will do in the next video. If your ports are blocked, then your system is literally unreachable from outside world or the internet. No one can access your system. Now let me actually demonstrate it practically. So what I'm gonna do is, since I have enabled the UFW firewall, I will try to access my system through SSH from Linux Mint. So let me grab the IP address of my Ubuntu server, which is here, and let's switch to the Linux Mint. SSH cyborg and IP address of Ubuntu server. As you can see, guys, we have this blinking cursor here, so it is not able to connect to my Ubuntu server because SSH is trying to connect to my Ubuntu server, but when the request reaches at my Ubuntu server where I have installed and enabled the UFW firewall, it will block the connection or drop the traffic. It will not allow it to enter the system. So this is the default deny policy. It blocks all the inbound traffic. So if any system initiates the connection to my Ubuntu server, it will block all the connections. Now let's disable the UFW firewall, and then we will see what happens with SSH connection. The disable parameter disables the UFW firewall. Press enter. As you can see, the firewall stopped. Now it is no longer running, and it also will not start at startup when you reboot your system. So let's go back to Linux Mint and let's reconnect. As you can see, guys, this time it connected instantly. Right now let me enter the password. As you can see, I have successfully logged into my Ubuntu server, right? So as soon as I disabled the firewall, the connection was through. But when you enable the firewall, it blocks all the ports including SSH. So let me enable the UFW firewall. Okay, spelling mistake, enable. Now as you can see, firewall is active and enabled. So that's what deny incoming means. If any system initiates a connection to your system, it will deny all the connections. Now next is this allow outgoing. It means the outbound connections are allowed. Outbound connections simply means the connections that your system initiates. It essentially means you can access the internet, you can browse websites or download anything from the internet. So whenever you will try to access or reach out to the websites or servers, those connections will be